Chapter 264, River Sunset. Chapter 264, River Sunset. He is finally here. Among the three major events in Chauga City, this battle was the most anticipated one, because nobody could predict the outcome. These two people would represent the Donghua clan and the college in this top-level battle. It had an extraordinary meaning. At this moment, many people appeared among the crowd one after another. The leaders of various forces had also arrived quietly to watch the battle. Gu Donglu walked onto the martial arts platform. Around the enormous battle platform, the light curtain started to flow and the matrix was activated, covering the platform. Clearly, it was to prevent the two from injuring the spectators should the battle become too violent. Lu Nantian was still standing on the stone pillar. The two stood at different heights and stared at each other, as if their opponent was the only thing left in their eyes. Everything outside had nothing to do with them at all. Everyone held their breaths and gazed at the martial arts platform. There was no sound at all, and the whole place was extremely quiet. The disciples of the Donghua clan clenched their fists tightly as they stared at the legendary figure of the Donghua clan. He will certainly win this fight, even if his opponent is Gu Donglu. Even the cottage disciples did not seem to be relaxed. On the previous day, the third brother had already said that he was not certain if he would win. Apart from the top forces, the people from the other major forces were also very nervous as they gazed at the two figures on the martial arts platform. The battle between the two would really be a top-level duel in their generation. Suddenly, on the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian stepped forward from the stone pillar and stood in the air. A trace of flame current spread from his body. In an instant, the flame burnt the sky and his surrounding became completely red as if it had turned into a world of flames. In the flame-filled sky, an enormous bird appeared. It was a divine bird, the three-legged golden raven. This was Lu Nantian's life spirit. With his life spirit as the center, an endless stream of scorching flames converged wildly behind him, forming many suns which hung in the sky. Gradually, a total of 9 suns were formed. In every sun, there was an illusory golden raven. The 9 scorching suns hung high in the sky. This was Lu Nantian's dharma, 9 suns in the sky. As a top-tier noble, both his life spirit and dharma had already evolved to a shocking degree. The sky above the martial arts platform was filled with flowing flame currents. Even the light curtain surrounding the martial arts platform turned red. Lu Nantian was a grade 1 noble. The noble plane was divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest. He was literally a top-level noble. His entire body was filled with noble will. An extremely dazzling stream of flame charged towards Gu Donglu. On its way, it condensed and turned into a 3-legged golden raven which crashed down towards him directly. There was no elemental spiritual chi flowing around Gu Donglu. However, there seemed to be an invisible aura around him. When he stood there, he looked like an invincible king. Noticing the incoming divine bird, Gu Donglu glanced at it with a very sharp look. From his pupils, an extremely frightening eye sorcery seemed to be cast and penetrated through the illusory 3-legged golden raven directly. In the next instant, the illusory divine bird was crushed and turned into spiritual chi which soon dissipated. Everyone watched attentively. Any random attack from Lu Nantian was already very powerful, but his opponent was Gu Donglu. It was obviously not possible for him to defeat Gu Donglu so easily. The battle had just begun. The sky above the martial arts platform had turned into a flaming world completely. Flames blotted out the sky and the entire place was carved with the imprint of fire. In the 9 suns, many solar divine birds appeared and hovered at various spots. Then, they started to engulf the fire elemental spiritual chi in the world wildly. Their bodies became increasingly real and large, and they soon enveloped the battle platform. Is Lu Nantian purely a fire elemental sorcerer? Futian asked softly. He had the sun spirit and the sun dharma himself. However, Lu Nantian's life spirit was the divine bird, while his dharma was the 9 suns. Clearly, his dharma had evolved. Of course not, Luo Fan said. Having the divine bird, the 3-legged golden raven, as his life spirit, Lu Nantian would certainly not become a pure fire elemental sorcerer. Apart from the element of fire, the three-legged golden raven life spirit had also given Lu Nantian the elements of metal and wind. At the same time, it had given him a strong martial arts talent. After all, it was an extremely violent divine bird. Of course, apart from those abilities, Lu Nantian was still very powerful just with his flame spells. For example, at the moment, the martial arts platform was already totally controlled by his flame. "Where's the brother?" Futian asked, looking at the martial arts platform. Previously, Gu Donglu had only displayed a small fraction of his abilities outside the Qin Imperial Palace. Futian could only tell that Gu Donglu was a very strong spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. He did not even really use all his powers during that battle. Just watch. Lu Nantian is a grade 1 noble, and is also very famous. He should be able to force the brother to use all his powers. Luo Fan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the martial arts platform. This battle was worth watching and learning from even for nobles. Futian nodded gently. On the martial arts platform, many illusory golden ravens were born from the flaming world, and they all charged towards Gu Donglu. At this instant, it seemed as if the battle was in Lu Nantian's total control. He wanted to burn Gu Donglu to death. Gu Donglio's hands formed a seal. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted from his body. Even the space around him seemed to resonate with his body. His pupils looked extremely frightening and vaguely, the outline of a monstrous figure appeared in his eyes. The outlined figure actually started to condense wildly from spiritual qi in front of him. Soon, a blurry figure slowly turned real. That was a war godlike figure. He stood in front of Gu Donglu with the shocking elan of a soldier. When the huge golden raven arrived, the war godlike figure punched out directly and crushed the golden raven. "Conjurer!" Futian's eyes sparkled. The third brother was actually a powerful conjurer and summoned an illusory war god to fight for him. Furthermore, his conjuring ability was far superior to Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He completed the conjuring with eye sorcery and used his imagination to form the war god. Then, he finished summoning the war god which started to protect him. He did not need to draw anything. The conjured war god stood in front of Gu Donglu. Many faint characters and ancient seals appeared on his body. As they erupted, the aura around him became extremely appalling. He slapped out with his palms and the illusory divine birds were eliminated directly. However, in the sky, countless divine birds charged towards Gu Donglu from different directions. Gu Donglu was not bothered by the attack at all. He looked at another direction, and one more illusory war god formed and started to battle directly. Then, under the astonished stare of everyone, Gu Donglu summoned 9 different war gods. They guarded around him, and no attacks could even go near him. The ancient characters and seals that appeared on the 9 terrifying war gods were all different, and their attacks were different as well. However, all of them were extremely powerful. Countless divine birds charged towards Gu Donglu like moths flying into fire. They were killed quickly by the war gods. Lu Nantian watched the scene calmly. Although they had not talked at all, he would be very disappointed if Gu Donglu was too weak. The 9 suns hung high in the sky and their radiance shot towards Gu Donglu. Then, a river of fire appeared in the sky, connecting the space between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu. River Sunset. The eyes of the people from the Donghua clan sparkled. They felt lucky that they could see Lu Nantian cast the river sunset themselves. One of the suns fell and descended along the long river, charging towards Gu Donglu. At the same time, countless golden ravens flew out from it. Apart from containing a terrifying flame breath, they also had an extremely sharp metallic aura that would tear everything apart. Gu Donglu raised his head and saw the river sunset pressing towards him. A sun was hanging above him. Standing there, he felt that even his body was going to burn into nothingness. Gu Donglio's hands continued to form seals, and many handprints flew into the 9 war gods. Then, the 9 war gods resonated and roared simultaneously. The sound tore the sky apart, and the incoming golden ravens were actually crushed in the horrifying vocal storm. However, the sun continued to fall, and its power became stronger and stronger. A war god dashed out and stepped into the river of fire directly. He raised his palms into the sky and held the falling sun with his hands directly, covering the entire sky. The terrifying light from the sun and the illusory golden ravens collided onto him, but he did not move at all. A very bright radiance erupted from his body, and it was as if he would never be defeated. Another sun fell down and charged towards Gu Donglu along the river. During the river sunset, the 9 suns would descend continuously, and their powers would keep increasing. When the 9 suns fell together, they would be powerful enough to burn everything in the world. In the past, Lu Nantian had used this spell to defeat a very strong noble who was 2 grades above him. Now, he was already a grade 1 noble and cast the river sunset. Its frightening powers could thus be well imagined. There were probably not many people in the eastern barren territory who could block this spell. Even among all the top forces, there were also only a few people who could deal with the spell. Could Gu Donglu take the spell? The disciples of the Donghua clan held their breaths and gazed at the battlefield. Their eyes were glittering with fanaticism. This was the most talented person of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian. Everyone from the college stared at the martial arts platform as well. Many disciples were even worried about Gu Donglu, as Lu Nantian seemed way too overpowering. Although the martial arts platform was sealed and they could not feel how strong the attack was exactly, they could already feel how violent it was just by looking at the scene. Gu Donglu is a grade 2 noble. His level is slightly lower, Xu Qing said. But his combat ability is definitely among the top. The river sunset is very famous, but if Gu Donglu cannot even take this spell, then he would not be Gu Donglu anymore, the other mountain elder Zhongsu said. Although the college had opinions towards the cottage, they still recognized how strong the cottage disciples were. Bai Lishu, if you are in the battlefield instead, can you take the spell? Xu Qing looked at and asked Bai Lishu, the first disciple of the college chief. I did not feel its true power, so I can't say for sure, Bai Lishu replied. Xu Qing nodded. She was even thinking that if she was the one fighting, what the outcome would be. Chapter 265 My Turn. Chapter 265 My Turn. Futian stared at the two battling. The river sunset was a long river of fire that connected the sky with the ground. The sun fell down and golden ravens continuously poured out. The entire martial arts podium turned into a world of flames. This was the ability of a top noble. If it wasn't for the matrix that sealed the martial arts podium, a noble that wanted to kill could destroy everything. He couldn't be defeated by number. Yi Futian vaguely remembered the worries that Emperor Yi and Emperor Luo had. They were afraid of truly going to war. This spell matches the abilities of Lu Nantian. He probably didn't get it merely from cultivation, Yi Futian murmured. Of course, Luo Fan said, nodding. It's clear this is a modified spell. It matches Lu Nantian's talent, which is why he can release such mighty power. He created it. There are thousands upon thousands of spells in the world. However, they were all created by our predecessors. They can be used directly for cultivation, but they might not suit everyone. A genius can create their own spells and martial arts methods that suit themselves. Yi Futian nodded. His senior brother was teaching him without meaning to. On the martial arts podium, a second sun fell. It was even more powerful. Gu Donglu still stood calmly. Before him, 9 summoned war gods stood before him in a formation. After that, Gu Donglu created a mudra. 9 large ancient words burst from his hands and fell upon the 9 war gods. Horrible power came from them. These 9 words were the Kujian, the 9 seals of spiritual power. Together they meant, may the presiders over warriors be my vanguard. Horrible power swept through. The Kujian continuously appeared within the 9 war gods. They created the mudras together and resonated with the sky and earth. Spiritual chi went wild. Every mudra was different. Various suns pressed down. The pressure kept building but couldn't break through the defense of the 9 war gods. Third senior brother must have cultivated many martial arts mudras, Yi Futian murmured. The 9 war gods formed different mudras and were clearly controlled by Gu Donglu. He was using his cultivation through the war gods to fight against the Sunset River. It's still early. I don't even know how many abilities he has, Luo Fan said, chuckling. Who in the cottage could rival the third senior brother? The ones who had tried before had all been beaten up and became obedient. As for his abilities, probably only first senior brother knew. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Sword Saint Mountain many times for friendly challenges with first senior brother and to practice martial arts. This was probably what the experts are lonely meant. He rarely had any competitors. Now Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was one. Of course, the one who could restrict Gu Donglu was also in the cottage. It was second senior sister. 9 sons descended along the flaming river. At this moment, the 9 sons of the Sunset River were about to burn the heavens. They wrapped the entire sky in the flames. Gu Donglu and the 9 war gods were at the heart of the storm. 9 golden ravens flew out. The deep and dark red was shocking. At almost the same time, the 9 words on the 9 war gods burst violently. The Midrash shot forward. The 9 war gods each pounced towards the sun. Simultaneously, they seemed to transform into one body. The sky and earth resonated and a burst of invisible power shattered everything. Everyone saw that area go wild. It was like a lawless battle. The 9 war gods walked towards the sun, tearing apart the golden ravens and charging at the sun. The 9 suns and war gods shone with horrible light at the same time and shot out in all directions. The horribly powerful light shot into the light screen above the martial arts platform. It shook and the entire platform shook. The matrix was very unstable and was about to collapse. The matrix had been created by the top talents of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It was practically unmovable. However, the battle between these two could shake even the matrix. One could imagine how mighty the fighting was. Next, everyone's hearts shook as they focused on the platform. The Sunset River had disappeared, the sun extinguishing. The war gods summoned by Gu Donglu had disappeared too. In the fiery world, Gu Donglu stood steadfast as if nothing could move him. Even Lu Nantian's world-breaking Sunset River couldn't humiliate him at all. Lu Nantian rose in the air arrogantly. He was like a sun god. His Sunset River had been blocked, but he didn't look taken aback. The third disciple of the cottage lived up to his reputation. Behind him, blades made of golden fire shot out from the sun Dharma. They transformed into sun rain that poured down to Gu Donglu. It was so fast it looked like a rain of sun swords. If it was a group of nobles facing him instead of Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian could probably kill them all. Gu Donglu stood calmly. A frightening aura burst from his body and ancient words glowed faintly on him. Shocking spiritual energy wrapped around him. When the sun swords rained down, they stopped abruptly before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With extremely piercing sounds, the sun swords rained down, shaking with invisible power. Gu Donglu stepped forward. His white clothing flapped in the wind and his sharp eyes stared at the endless rain of swords. With a cold voice he uttered, "Break!" His voice was like an avenue. As soon as he spoke, the endless rain crumbled. A path opened up wherever his voice passed. When the sword rain was destroyed, a true golden raven descended suddenly. It was so fast that it broke through the Gu Donglio's formless spiritual energy shield. This terrifying raven gripped the sun god in its claws and shot towards Gu Donglu. The sword was so powerful it could kill anyone before it. A white shadow flashed by. The extremely fast golden raven whistled past, but the sword was met with air. Gu Donglu appeared elsewhere, still standing on the martial arts platform. So fast. Everyone trembled inwardly. The 3-legged golden raven's speed was at the extreme. But just as it arrived, Gu Donglu seemed to have teleported. It was hard to see with one's naked eye. Lu Nantian still stood there. The golden raven was his dharma. It had now evolved to the level of a top demon king. Where's Gu Donglio's dharma? The people finally realized that Gu Donglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. This confused many people. Was the man still hiding his abilities now? Others might overlook this, but Lu Nantian obviously wouldn't. He'd noticed earlier that Gu Donglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. However, he was still calm. The sun's swords rained down towards Gu Donglu. At the same time, the golden raven with the holy sword continued towards him. Lu Nantian wanted to see how far Gu Donglu could go without using his dharma. Gu Donglu disappeared again and moved as fast as lightning. Shocking sharpness emanated from him. He seemed to turn into the most terrible ritual implement, or soldier in the world. He grasped the law in his hands. Frightening sword intent whistled through the air as Gu Donglu pointed forward. He pointed at the ground and a sword matrix appeared. It seemed to be formed by ancient words. The matrix spun wildly and ancient words flashed. When the golden raven and sun swords arrived, he pressed that finger down. Everything was in turmoil suddenly. The sun god sword collided with the sword matrix, and then returned to Lu Nantian's side. As for the sun sword rain, it couldn't get close to Gu Donglu at all. Third senior brother has too many tricks. Futian was shaken. There were many mandate sorcerers in the world who practiced both martial arts and sorcery. They were skilled in every element. However, geniuses like Gu Donglu were different. He could summon war gods for battles and he could use the Kujian words to release his mightiness. He was skilled in all types of laws and his spiritual attacks were of the same level. Now, he could also use sword matrices. They were vastly different skills, but he was amazing at all of them. Read more. Shuiyi glanced at Futian and chuckled. Do you want to transcribe books with me? You can do it alone. Futian shuddered. He wouldn't do that even if his life depended on it. Hey, I'll suggest it to second senior sister and third senior brother, Shuiyi said. Third senior brother said that people with many talents should read more. For a genius like you, transcribing books is the best method of cultivation. Fourth senior brother, I'll definitely suggest to second senior sister to let you down the mountain more in the future, Futian said. Shuiyi's eyes brightened and he quickly smiled. In that case, the best way of cultivation for you is to do whatever you wish. Can't you two be more serious? Luo Fan gave them a look. No matter how we act, third senior brother is going to win, Shuiyi said nonchalantly. He had absolute confidence in Gu Donglu. Countless people in the space around the martial arts platform stared at the battlefield. They were shaken by the two's power. Gu Donglu had been reputable before, but very few witnessed his skills with their own eyes. They knew he was powerful but didn't know exactly how powerful. Now, they finally had the chance to see the third disciple of the cottage battle. The two figures on the martial arts platform stood separately in the air and on the ground. They stared at each other and stopped attacking. Gu Donglu looked up at Lu Nantian. Sharpness exuded from his scholarly aura. Then, he uttered his first sentence to Lu Nantian. My turn. With that, he picked up his feet and walked forward. The next moment, he disappeared. He reappeared before Lu Nantian. A horrible and invisible spiritual storm invaded instantly. Lu Nantian seemed to drown in a pair of frightening eyes. Then Gu Donglu pointed forward, releasing his sword. His action was like lightning. Chapter 266, Top Match. Chapter 266, Top Match. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan saw this and understood that Gu Donglu hadn't gone all out when he went to the Qin palace last time. No wonder a mere step from him would scare the Donghua clan into submission. Now, Gu Donglu finally showed his abilities. The frightening spiritual attack and swords arrived at once, about to overwhelm Lu Nantian. However, Lu Nantian was equal to Gu Donglu. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. The 9 suns filled the sky and the 3-footed golden raven entered the Dharma. After that, his body also gradually entered the Dharma, becoming one. The 9 suns became one. The golden raven shone dazzlingly inside the sun. Lu Nantian fused with the sun god's image. The golden raven transformed into illusory light that shone over his body. The sun's fire surged into him. Right now, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. The next moment, Lu Nantian raised his hand. A humongous golden raven's apparition appeared. The sun's flames melded into its body. It opened its mouth and spat out endless sun swords. It collided with the incoming sword technique. At that moment, sword aura streaked across the martial arts platform. The matrix shook. The unbelievable mightiness was like a battle between gods rather than nobles. The sword technique collapsed with the golden raven. Gu Donglu disappeared again. He teleported and then everyone saw various afterimages of him. With Lu Nantian as the center, the sword technique exploded and a handprint covered the sky. Boundless power tried to kill him. Lu Nantian was as brilliant as a god, but he couldn't bear the spiritual attack. He seemed to fall into Gu Donglio's world of eye sorcery. He looked like a god to the outsiders, but only he knew what kind of state he was in. Spells and martial arts techniques flew forward with the ancient words. He used all his power to fight back, but Gu Donglio's attack still hit the sun. The sun shook violently and was about to collapse. Boom! A violent flame burned the sky and earth. Lu Nantian finally moved. He seemed to transform into the sacred bird and actually changed his position while dodging the attack. He appeared right before Gu Donglio's afterimage. A horrible attack formed in his hand and turned into a golden raven that could rip everything apart. Gu Donglu didn't fear this at all. The two actually started fighting move for move. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the two fought in close distance. The martial arts were unsettling and the entire platform shook. The matrix was unsteady. They have no weaknesses. Everyone who witnessed this was shaken inside. Both martial arts and sorcery were the best of the best. They even combined the two well, and both attack and defense were perfect. It would be difficult to top this match in the future. Gu Donglu has the upper hand. The nobles had keen eyes and could see the situation clearly. Gu Donglu had a lower plane, but he was skilled in spiritual sorcery. During the battle, Lu Nantian had to withstand attacks to his mind and was at a disadvantage. His rhythm wasn't as smooth as Gu Donglio's. He had to defend while attacking. Gu Donglu only had to attack. Boom! Just then, there was a huge sound. The martial arts platform shook and everyone's eyes were glued there. Lu Nantian had been hit. A moment ago, Gu Donglu had broken through the defense, and his attack rushed into the sunlight. He hit Lu Nantian, forcing him back. This? The Donghua clan's eyes were frozen. Some couldn't believe that the man they believed in, the once-in-a-century talent, would lose. The Qin dynasty also frowned. The Donghua clan had told the king of Qin that they would definitely win. But now, Lu Nantian had no advantage at all. Lu Nantian looked at his chest. Blood seeped from it. Countless eyes stared at that point. The blood seemed to be boiling in the fire, dissipating like smoke. At that time, a figure appeared quietly in the crowd. She was so beautiful and flawless that she didn't seem to be from this world. But despite her beauty, no one noticed her now. Everyone was staring at the battleground. However, Lu Nantian looked over. Seeing the flawless and calm features, he became calm. As if noticing his eyes, many people followed his gaze and saw that quiet yet purely beautiful figure. They guessed her identity. She was Hua Qingqing, the daughter of the leader of the Donghua clan. She was also Lu Nantian's fiancée. She was a different type of beauty than Qin Mengruo and Chu Yaoyao. She was pure and clean. She wasn't as elegant as Qin Mengruo or as moving as Chu Yaoyao. She was just pure beauty, as if untainted by the world. Looking at someone like her was easy on the eyes. Was she here to support Lu Nantian? Lu Nantian's gaze returned to Gu Donglu. He didn't attack again after forcing Lu Nantian back. They were both clear that if Lu Nantian was only at this level, the winner would be obvious already. There would be no need to fight anymore. Of course, Gu Donglu wouldn't underestimate his opponent, especially someone known to be a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Lu Nantian's eyes were extremely calm. Then sunlight shone from his body. The halo kept expanding and a world-burning fire arrived. With Lu Nantian as the heart, this world was about to turn into a world of sunlight and burn up. Firelight arrived at the vast battleground on martial arts platform. The battleground was lit as flames grew. Finally, the entire ground started burning. Whistles came from the world of fire. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. What had happened? A dazzling sunlight halo appeared around Lu Nantian. He'd become the physical incarnate of the sun, a true god. Every shred of light and will on him could turn into a fire that burned the world. The flames burned the matrix too. Then fire reached out from the light shield on the platform. The vast matrix was ignited. It was impressive. Everyone's hearts were shaking crazily. The matrix had been burned. Lu Nantian's fire was so powerful that it surpassed the matrix. It had been created in a joint effort by nobles of two top forces. What did it mean for it to be destroyed now? The fire broke free from the matrix's restraint. Endless flame spiritual chi went towards Lu Nantian. Gu Donglu looked so lonely in this world of fire. The flames finally stopped spreading, but the matrix was already broken. The spectators could feel the heat. The flames danced wildly, and right now, Lu Nantian was God. The hearts of the top nobles shook as they felt the spreading heat. The power gave them heart palpitations. Was this the legendary intent power? Crown Prince Qin Yu's eyes were extremely sharp as he looked to the battleground. Was this why the Donghua clan leader was so confident? No wonder he thought Lu Nantian would definitely win. Lu Nantian is known as a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Now, it seems that it's not just the Donghua clan. No one in the entire Eastern Barren Territory will be comparable to him in a few centuries. The leader of the Moon clan lamented. The disciples trembled inwardly. Virgin Chu Yao looked to the elder. Uncle Master, what kind of power is this? The Eastern Barren Territory belongs to the younger generation. Lu Nantian and Gu Donglio's powers are enough to defeat the leaders of the top forces, the elder said. In addition to the Moon clan, everyone present understood what this top match meant. Before, the first disciple of the cottage came down to challenge the clan leader of the Futian sword clan. Now, did the third disciple of the cottage and Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan have the same abilities? Yi Futian naturally felt the intent power in the heat as well. It felt familiar. Senior brother, is this sage intent? Yi Futian asked, gazing at the battlefield. Yes. Luo Fan nodded. It indeed was sage intent. The sage plane was above the noble plane. Lu Nantian had perceived a bit of a sage's abilities now. How many sages were there in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some said that there were none. Others thought that some hid their abilities. Perhaps there truly was a sage. But no matter what, sages were the undisputable top in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now Lu Nantian released a bit of sage intent. Of course it would shake many hearts. This was why the Moon clan claimed that even in the entire Eastern Barren Territory, no one could surpass him in a few centuries. A sage could create a spell with a thought. Lu Nantian wasn't a sage, but he already had some of the ability. At this time, Lu Nantian shone brilliantly. The spiritual chi resonated with him, and endless flames burned towards Gu Donglu. The fire transformed into golden raves, rain of sun swords, and world-burning flames. Gu Donglio's body flashed. He was almost supersonically fast. However, the world laws existed. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Lu Nantian's thoughts. Boom, boom! Gu Donglu was hit and forced back. His body started burning. His white clothing was bathed in fire. Was the powerful cottage disciple going to lose like this? A legend was about to end in the Dongqing College. Was Lu Nantian about to step on the cottage and become an undefeatable legend? Gu Donglu gazed at Lu Nantian. Fire danced wildly on his robe. Suddenly, unbelievably bright light blasted from him. Lin, he uttered. As soon as he spoke, a huge ancient world transformed into light and descended behind him. Bin, Do, Zhe, Jia, Jin, Lai, Qian, Xing. He uttered the Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power. The world resonated with him, and incredible light burst from his body. The next moment, an extremely brilliant apparition appeared behind him. It was like his shadow. The 9 words spun around like something sacred. The shadow descended like a god. Chapter 267, Win or Lose. Chapter 267, Win or Lose. Everyone was shocked by Gu Donglio's changes. Was this his dharma? A frightening image appeared behind him. The 9 ancient words spiraled. In that instant, spiritual chi resonated with Gu Donglio's body. Frightening power radiated from him. All the fire spells that came at him were destroyed. Clearly, he had fused his life spirit with his dharma, but what was his life spirit? Was it that image or those ancient words? The terrible flames burned towards him, but the 9 words flashed. A 9-word light shield appeared around Gu Donglu. They swirled around him and the flames couldn't get through. At the same time, spiritual chi seemed to reverberate, resonating with the 9 words. Above Lu Nantian, the sage intent enveloped the boundless space. Various golden ravens appeared with the sun god's sword. They flew towards Gu Donglu at the same time. This was much more powerful than the sunset river that Lu Nantian had released. Every attack contained some sage intent. Gu Donglu seemed to not see it. He stepped forward in the air. The surroundings all shook. Thousands upon thousands of ancient words wrapped around him and transformed into a huge palm. It kept slamming down on the incoming attacks. In a moment, shocking currents burst forth and spread around the martial arts platform. Many strong cultivators walked forward, releasing powerful auras. They stood at the front to block the aftershocks. Zhu Qing from the college stepped out too. A formless water spell was released and transformed into a mirror-like shield. It blocked the wild power that swept over. However, her eyes were glued to the platform. Even as the mountain elder, she was still shocked by this battle. Both Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were too powerful. Right now, Lu Nantian could create a spell with a thought. His spells filled the sky and destroyed everything. Thousands of ancient words wrapped around Gu Donglu and resonated with the world. He seemed to contain unstoppable mightiness. The words circled and the image behind Gu Donglu was like a spirit. The 9 words transformed into 9 beams of light. Bathing in the holy light, Gu Donglio's temperament became even more extraordinary. His white robe fluttered magnificently. He stepped forward. The spells in his path were all destroyed. No spells could approach him. So what if Lu Nantian had a sage's power? Fight him! Gu Donglio's hands moved together. Instantly, endless ancient words whistled past him and gradually formed a madra. With this, the entire world seemed to shake. Gu Donglu was now like the ruler of the world. Behind him, various images flew out onto the madra, strengthening it. Junlin Madra! Gu Donglu uttered. The madra flew out, destroying everything in its path towards Lu Nantian. When Lu Nantian saw this, his previously calm eyes finally looked uncharacteristically serious. He knew that the final battle had come. The opponent before him now was the most powerful Gu Donglu. The world of fire went wild. Endless fire moved towards Lu Nantian. Metal and wind elemental power went to him too. Right now, Lu Nantian seemed to be really burning. His power shot up, about to surpass the noble plane. The will released from his eyes was enough to kill a noble. With the golden raven, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. He gripped the sun god's sword and tore at the incoming ancient words. There was a huge boom and the ancient madra shook. It cracked and was about to extinguish. Combat madra! Endless ancient words flew over, transforming into an extremely terrifying madra. It was filled with combat power and flew towards Lu Nantian. He stared forward. His body was extremely powerful and the golden raven rushed out. It collided with the madra and the world shook. Destruction madra! Heavenly soldiers roared and transformed into an indestructible madra. Iron madra! Murderous madra! Gu Donglu continued speaking. 9 madras appeared in the sky. Endless ancient words hovered in the air, fighting against the sage ability. 9 huge madras were formed out of thin air and flew towards Lu Nantian. The crowd could only see Lu Nantian wildly fight against the madras. The 9 seals hovered around him. Thousands upon thousands of words dropped from them endlessly. This? The spectators seemed to stop breathing. They'd never expected a battle so fierce, despite Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu being the opponents. They were too powerful. The battle between the Sword Saint and Futian Sword Clan were probably just at this level too. Lu Nantian had released Sage Intent. Everyone had thought that he would definitely win, and there would be no surprises. But then Gu Donglu seemed unwilling to let the cottage's legend die. His abilities evolved again, and he transformed into an undefeatable king. Who could defeat a Gu Donglu like this? The Donghua clan were no longer so confident. Right now, Gu Donglu was too dazzling. He had landed before Lu Nantian. The 9 words circled him, and the godlike Dharma behind him was undefeatable. When he landed, the heavy words became even stronger. They seemed to transform into a matrix, and madras streamed endlessly towards Lu Nantian. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Nantian stood there as endless madras flew to him. Power kept shaking around him. The sun that enveloped him trembled too. Staring at Gu Donglu, toughness flashed past his eyes. This was not just his battle. It represented the entire Donghua clan. Fire descended from the vast sky. Endless birds melded into his body as he released his will. He instantly entered a focused state. His body suddenly disappeared and became illusory. At the same time, his figure appeared in another space. The ancient words around him started burning. Next, multiple images of him appeared in the sky. Each figure possessed the power to destroy everything. They only had one target, Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu's long hair fluttered. He felt the omnipresent threat, and his expression was as sharp as before. The Dharma behind him released horrible power, and the 9 words spun violently. He created a madra and uttered, 9 seals to 1. Kill. Then, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Endless copies of Lu Nantian charged towards Gu Donglu at once. At the same time, countless ancient words and madras grouped around Gu Donglu. Instantly, the sky and earth shook and rumbled without end. Everyone saw the various copies of Lu Nantian get destroyed. They also saw Gu Donglu suffer a horrible attack, but he still stood there like an undying figure. His body released a horrible aura. Like a god, all the power in the world seemed to be his. The next moment, they saw a sun with Gu Donglu as the heart. It stretched out, and the sky seemed to be close to burning. Careful! Elders of each top force felt the extreme power. Many high-level nobles walked forward at once to release their energy and create a defense spell. Countless light shields rose up around the martial arts platform, stopping those horrible shockwaves. Cracks kept sounding as many spells were broken. And this was just the shockwaves. What kind of pressure did the 2 fighters withstand? Everyone stared forward. They could no longer see Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu anymore, as they were at the heart of the storm. The shockwaves lasted for a while before the destructive force dissipated. At the same time, many people vaguely saw the 2 amongst the flames and light. They stood quietly, staring at each other. Time seemed to stop. Everyone cancelled their spells as they stared at the 2. Who won? Many held their breaths, especially those from the Donghua clan in college. Finally, under everyone's scrutiny, Lu Nantian fell over. Senior brother! Nantian! The Donghua clan's hearts shook as if their belief had caved in. Many people charged towards the martial arts platform to help Lu Nantian up. But he raised his hand and stopped them. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. This top figure looked so pathetic now. However, he still tried to pick himself up. No one supported him. Glancing at Gu Donglu, he turned with difficulty and walked away while swaying. Right now, he was bent over and his steps were unsteady. He was clearly badly injured. Lu Nantian had lost. But could anyone say he wasn't strong? Could the Donghua clan blame him? Seeing that swaying figure, everyone was moved. In the cultivation world, losing was always humiliating, but no one thought Lu Nantian's loss was embarrassing. He lost but was still a hero. His abilities were enough to be at the uppermost level of the Eastern Barren territory. No one had the right to mock him. How many people could defeat him? They could only lament why the cottage existed when there was someone like Lu Nantian. The cottage had Gu Donglu. Countless eyes fell on him. The past was the past, and Gu Donglu was now #1 in the Eastern Barren Territory. Disabling the Donghua clan noble outside the Qin Palace had told everyone how proud he was. Today, they finally truly understood that the third disciple of the cottage was at the same level as those big figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. He was also someone at the peak now. Lu Nantian had been the most monstrously talented in centuries in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was so powerful that he even possessed some sage abilities. But even so, he still lost. The winner between the Donghua clan and cottage was still the cottage. The myth was not proved wrong and the legend was still a legend. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan wanted to kill the legend, but even with Lu Nantian's unconventional power, they still failed. What kind of place was the cottage? Chapter 268 Guard. Chapter 268 Guard. The first disciple of the cottage was given the title of Sword Saint. After today's battle, third disciple Gu Donglu could be made into a saint too. No one knew what the cottage was like. Other than the cottage disciples, no one, even college disciples, had stayed there before. This mysterious place was the sacred land for many talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Gu Donglu turned around. He was still standing straight, even though his clothes were messy and had some burn marks. But so what? Everyone only had respect and admiration for him, even those not from the college. Someone like him was worthy of respect. Lu Nantian, who had lost, was the same. If he hadn't faced Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian would be the one turned into a saint today. Senior brother, Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and the others walked forward. "Let's go," Gu Donglu said. With that, he started walking away. Shui Yi and the others seemed to perceive something. They all followed him. Yi Futian also felt something. He and Yuxing followed Gu Donglu out. "Yi Futian," a voice suddenly called out, shattering the silence. Yi Futian looked over to the speaker. Beside the Qin dynasty group, he saw Yinjin from the Yin family looking over. "Earlier, you stole our 5-element rod and demonic tripod. Today, I wish to see the cottage's abilities as well. You don't qualify." Yi Futian gazed coolly at the man and continued following Gu Donglu. Yinjin's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian's back. "The cottage seems like a varied mix." "He's hurt," Qin Yu said while looking at Gu Dongliu's leaving backside. Everyone looked at Qin Yu, agreeing inwardly with him. Gu Donglu was probably hurt. The last hit had been too powerful. If someone as strong as Lu Nantian could fall, Gu Donglu couldn't be unharmed. However, he was still standing. Standing meant victory. He had left with his back straight too, even though he was hurt. He was such a proud fellow. Of course, he had the right to be proud. Not many in the entire Eastern Barren Territory was more qualified than him to be proud. Gu Donglu was indeed injured. When they walked out of the Dongqin College, there was a massive crowd waiting outside. Seeing Gu Donglu, they became excited. Someone asked straightforwardly, "Who won?" "Shui Yi," Gu Donglu called. Shui Yi understood, and went to support Gu Dongliu's arm. Then they soared into the air and left. Seeing this, the crowd rustled with noise. Gu Donglu had Shui Yi help him fly? He must be badly hurt. Many people guessed. Everyone was talking. If Gu Donglu lost, did it mean the cottage lost? Otherwise, why did they all leave? But the Dongqin College was silent. No one came out other than the people of the cottage, and they didn't know the result. They were all anxious, wishing they could go in immediately and ask, "Who won this record-breaking top match?" The place that the cottage disciples resided in wasn't far from the Dongqin College. They quickly returned. As soon as they landed, Gu Donglu spat out blood. His pallor became pasty and his aura wilted. "Senior brother!" everyone exclaimed. Extremely nervous, they helped him sit down. "It's all right," Gu Donglu said, waving his hand while sitting there. "I'm better now. Lu Nantian is an opponent that deserves to be respected." Everyone agreed. Anyone who could fight with their third senior brother to that extent deserved to be respected. Senior brother, Lu Nantian has already fallen. So what if they see your injuries? Why did you hide it? Shui asked. He knew that keeping it down was very bad for the injury. The people of the cottage cannot fall. Gu Donglu looked at Shui, Luo Fan, and the others and said, "This has nothing to do with pride. The cottage is too brilliant now. The eyes of the entire Eastern Barren territory is on us. This is why we can only continue being powerful. Otherwise, it will be a disaster." Hearing his words, everyone grew thoughtful. They vaguely understood him. Where did the reputation of the cottage come from? The two brilliant battles from before were what gave the cottage the almighty status. This was also why countless eyes were on them. Why did the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan partner up to target the college and cottage? Wasn't it because they were too successful? Last time, they had worked together to defeat Yi Futian. Yu Xing had almost died. It was a test for the cottage, so Gu Donglu had gone directly to the palace to disable the Donghua clan's noble. This wasn't only due to the cottage's pride. It was also to show the world that the cottage couldn't be bullied. Thus, Gu Donglu couldn't fall. As long as he and the Sword Saint didn't fall, no one would dare to harm the cottage. On the other hand, if a legend fell, the cottage would no longer be the cottage. They only had 8 disciples. They couldn't take any losses. Anyone's loss was a disaster to the cottage. Shui Yi Luo Fan, Gu Donglu said, looking at them. The cottage will only be firmly anchored in the Eastern Barren territory when you two reach my plane. Shui Yi and Luo Fan nodded. Their eyes had never been this serious before. They all knew the responsibility the third senior brother bore. It was the glory of the cottage. Thus, he kept going even with the grave injury. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was that strong. Could the clan leader be any weaker? Further, with the Donghua clan's heritage, they must have some extremely powerful old guys too. Xiaoshi, Futian, Yu Xing, you all need to work hard too. Gu Donglu turned to Xiaoshi and Yi Futian. There was a rare smile on his face. At this moment, he didn't look like the strict third senior brother anymore. He looked more like a warm elder who protected their growth. Yi Futian finally realized that even the powerful cottage had such pressure. Third senior brother, don't worry. When I get to your level, the cottage will become immortal. Yi Futian smiled brightly as he looked at Gu Donglu. You should rest well right now. Yes. Gu Donglu looked at him and nodded seriously. Those who know me will understand my arrogance. Those who do not can be abandoned without worry. I believe you can do it. I will work hard. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. The teacher has said that he wishes for the cottage to become the true sacred ground of the Eastern Barren territory. The cottage's disciples all work hard towards this. Gu Donglio's eyes glinted brilliantly. Yi Futian looked at him. Was this the teacher's goal? What did the true sacred ground mean? In the Dongqing College, everyone watched as Gu Donglu left with unsettled hearts. They agreed with Qin Yu's words. Gu Donglu was injured, but this didn't stop him from being the legend of this generation. Everyone present came from a top force of the Eastern Barren territory, and there were many important figures here. However, no one had the confidence to win against Gu Donglu. Seeing this battle made the trip worth it. Qin Yu surveyed the crowd and said, Today is the first battle of the Dongqing College. The martial arts platform displayed 2 monstrously talented figures. Both were injured. This will be known as a legendary battle for centuries. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yu was tricky too. He only noted that both were injured and didn't mention who had won. This result must have ruined his plan. However, no one refuted him. Everyone had seen the result and knew it clearly. Qin Yu wasn't wrong either. This truly was a legendary battle. No one would put Lu Nantian down. With this precedent and the fact that everyone has come from afar to group here, as well as the top forces who have come to support this event, the Dongqing College will not disappoint you all. Qin Yu said slowly. Starting tomorrow, we will erect a battle platform outside the college. The students of the Dongqing College are willing to challenge anyone from the Eastern Barren Territory. I hope that, at that time, we will be able to witness everyone's brilliance." With that, he gazed at the college and continued, "Especially from the Eastern Barren College. I wonder if there is anyone else like Gu Donglu. I believe the Eastern Barren College will not disappoint us." Everyone's eyes flickered. As expected, the defeated Dongqing College wouldn't stop here. They prepared to continue calling the forces of the Eastern Barren Territory to fight. Most importantly, they would challenge the Eastern Barren College. Chapter 269, Group Battle. Chapter 269, Group Battle. The people of the Eastern Barren College looked to Qin Yu. Lu Nantian had lost, so now they wanted to win back their reputation with the college? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. She wanted to see what surprises they prepared other than Lu Nantian. "The Dongqing College called everyone from the Eastern Barren Territory here, so we hope you all will not be disappointed," Bai Lishu said while looking at Qin Yu. He seemed confrontational. People of the various forces were a bit excited. What would happen tomorrow? Furthermore, Qin Yu had said that this was a battle of the Eastern Barren Territory. Any one of the forces could participate. Many people wanted to try and compare themselves to the top talents. Soon after, people began leaving. Outside the Dongqing College, the massive crowd was still waiting. When they saw the people from the top forces come out, they grew lively. People started asking for the result of the battle they'd witnessed. However, the top forces went straight into the air and left. They didn't seem to be in the mood. Even the college left directly. This shocked many people. Did Gu Donglu of the cottage really lose? "Senior Mu, how was the battle?" someone asked a senior of a big force in Chaoga City. Clearly, they knew each other. "Both sides were hurt, but Lu Nantian fell down," an elder replied. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over. Both sides had been hurt, but Lu Nantian had fallen. The result was clear. Gu Donglu of the cottage had won. "I didn't think that Lu Nantian, someone known as a once-in-a-century talent, would lose. Seems like the Donghua clan brags too much," someone muttered. "No." The elder shook his head. "Lu Nantian lives up to that title." Everyone's eyes glinted. They saw the respect that flashed through the elder's eyes. Xiaomu said, "Not many in the Eastern Barren Territory can perceive the abilities of a sage. With Lu Nantian's present abilities, he is comparable to those true big figures. He was just unlucky to face the third disciple of the cottage." With that, he sighed and walked away. He sympathized for Lu Nantian but also lamented Gu Donglio's power. As soon as he finished, everyone gaped. Lu Nantian had perceived the abilities of a sage and was comparable to those big figures. They suddenly wished immensely to witness that battle that they had missed. The news quickly spread, rushing towards Chaoga City. The city was shaken. Storms erupted in countless hearts. They all regretted that they couldn't have witnessed it. This battle that was like the one between the Sword Saint and Futian Sword Clan's clan leader had happened so close to them. It had been right in the Dongqing College. However, hearing that there would be more battles tomorrow, everyone felt better. Finally, they could witness something. They couldn't miss it. The Dongqing College invited all forces of the Eastern Barren Territory for a challenge. It must be another great event. The cottage didn't care about the discussions of the outer world. Their third senior brother was hurt, so they didn't feel any joy at the victory. This battle was enough to make Gu Donglu a saint, but to them, his health was most important. Luo Fan helped Gu Donglu leave that night, returning to the cottage. Shui Yi and the others remained in Chaoga City. This matter wasn't over. Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty naturally were upset. Other than them, some others were upset too. For example, Shiro and Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple. They had witnessed the entire battle too. Gu Donglu was so powerful, and the more powerful he was, the more uncomfortable Luo Junlin was. This meant it was more difficult to kill Yi Futian. They were clear that if Gu Donglu had lost, it would be entirely different. But Gu Donglu had won. Thus, anybody, Even the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan together had to think carefully before doing something to the cottage, let alone him. Luo Junlin felt depressed. He realized that if this kept developing, it would get more and more difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian was growing too. With his talent and a place like the cottage, he would sooner or later turn into someone like Gu Donglu. At that time, even the royal Xian temple wouldn't be able to touch Yi Futian. The next morning, people crowded outside the Dongqing College. There was a battle platform outside the Dongqing College and a vast space around it. Only those from the top forces could be there. The other spectators could only watch from afar. Otherwise, they couldn't fit at all. It was unclear how many people were in the city now. Even the air around this place was filled with a sea of people. People from the top forces arrived gradually and took up a portion. The college is here. Everyone looked over. They saw Xu Qing, Zhongsu, and Bai Lishu leading the students. Today, the Dongqing College's target was the college, so everyone obviously paid most attention to them. The cottage hasn't appeared. Many noticed that the cottage disciples weren't there. I heard that someone saw Luo Fan and Gu Donglu leave the inn yesterday. They must have gone back to the cottage to recover. Someone commented. Even so, the other disciples should be here. However, they heard that Yin Jin of the Yin family had challenged Yi Futian yesterday, and was rejected. Yi Futian said Yin Jin wasn't good enough. Were they afraid of being targeted by the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan? As the top forces arrived, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan alliance walked out of the Dongqing College to the center front of the platform. They were in charge today. Countless eyes looked to them. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mingruo, standing together, attracted many eyes. They were too attractive and had just wedded yesterday. They naturally attracted much attention. Qing Mingruo was still as beautiful as before. The pure and elegant girl was now someone's wife. She seemed more like a woman but was still mesmerizing. One of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, the young princess of the Qin dynasty, was the first to marry. Hua Qingqing was engaged to Lu Nantian too. Only Chu Yaoyao was left. It was rumored that Qin Li of the Qin dynasty was pursuing her. Qin Yu walked forward and said to the crowd, "Yesterday was the opening of the Dongqing College. Using this chance, we invite all top forces for a friendly match. There are no rules today. Anyone who wishes to come up can challenge at will. Anything is fine as long as the other accepts. If anyone who performs well wishes to enter the Dongqing College, be my guest." Finishing, he gazed into the crowd. There wasn't much action. Clearly, they were all waiting. Today was mainly for the Dongqing College and Eastern Barren College. The others were mostly here for the show. Of course, if they get interested, they might go try. Seeing no responses, Qin Yu said, "Today, the Dongqing College is the host. Then I guess we will go first while saving the best for last." With that, Qin Yu retreated. Some people behind him walked out at the same time. Seeing 2 of them, the spectators were intrigued. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mingruo had walked out at the same time. They had wedded yesterday. Would they start the first battle today? Then everyone realized that other than them, there were 4 more people. The 6 of them stepped onto the platform. Is this a group battle? Everyone was interested. Would the first battle be a group one? Other than Qian Shanmu and Qing Mingruo, the 4 weren't very familiar. However, the 6 had stepped forward as disciples of the Dongqing College. "The 6 of us are all in the lower Arcana Plane," Qian Shanmu said. "We would like to challenge Xiao Wuji, Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, Jiang Ting, Tang Yi, and Han Feng from the Eastern Barren College." As soon as he spoke, the crowd went wild. The 6 that Qian Shanmu had named were all familiar to them. Of the young generation of the college, Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were definitely well known. The other 4 were a little less skilled, but they were still geniuses of the college. Last year, the weakest of them were already at the top of the Dharma plane. Now, they should probably all be in the lower Arcana plane. The Dongqing College wished to make up for their loss with this first battle. However, could Qian Shanmu win with this lineup? The eyes of the college all flashed. He was so ambitious. Did he want to take all the accomplished disciples in the lower arcana plane in one fell swoop? Xiao Wuji walked forward. He hadn't proved himself with a battle since being invited by Tang Yi in the ancient barren world last year. Though his reputation there had already spread through the forces, he'd also displayed extraordinary talent in the college. However, he hadn't displayed his true skills before everyone like the first disciple and Gu Donglu of the cottage had. Today, Qian Shanmu gave him this chance. Yu Qinshan also walked forward. Before Xiao Wuji's arrival, he'd already been renowned amongst the college disciples. He was one of those monstrous people. With him, Xiao Wuji, Su Muge, and the others, how could Qian Shanmu's group dare to challenge them? The 6 from the college stepped forward together. Without speaking, they went to the battle platform. Qian Shanmu didn't take advantage of them. They weren't any lower in plane or reputation. This way, there was no reason to avoid the challenge. They could only welcome it. The 12 stepped onto the platform. Countless eyes fell on them. Qian Shanmu's group of 6 instantly went into position. Husband and wife, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo, stood on either side. The other 4 stood behind them. Clearly, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo were prepared to use rhythmic sorcery to aid the battle. It was highly possible they had already prepared for this battle. Amongst the Qin dynasty crowd, Qin Li looked at this and his lips curled into a smirk. He couldn't blame Lu Nanshan's loss yesterday. Not even his father could. However, everyone would truly see the Dongqing College's glory today. The era of the Eastern Barren College was over. Chapter 270, A Prepared Battle. Chapter 270, A Prepared Battle. Xiao Wuji's group of 6 spread out as well. Yu Qinshan warned them. Be careful. Though the 6 people were all top talents of the Eastern Barren College, the Qin dynasty was also well prepared with 6 people chosen just for them. Yesterday, Lu Nantian was defeated. This time was another chance for the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan to gain back their reputation. They would not accept another failure. Therefore, this would be a fierce battle. The Eastern Barren College and people here all knew what they would face. However, the 6 people selected to be adversaries were all famous geniuses of the college. Thus, there was no possibility of a refusal even though the other side must be well prepared. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo sat cross-legged in a line. What appeared before Qin Mingruo was a guqin. Instead of a flute, Qian Shanmu had a zither. People were surprised by their instruments. Since ancient times, the guqin and zither played together had alluded to conjugal intimacy. This time, this couple was going to fight with guqin and zither. The guqin and zither sounded at the same time. The guqin sounded gentle like a flowing spring while the zither was majestic, like the roar of a crane or dragon. In an instant, the sound turned into an invisible aura, directly falling down on the 4 figures in front. Their auras instantly strengthened. Power in the world resonated with the music. Some terrible forces grew in their bodies and seemed ready to erupt at any time. Dragons appeared, hovering and soaring behind the 4 people. The golden dragons were extremely scary for they seemed to be becoming real. More frightening was that the 4 people's temperaments appeared to be fused together by the music, forming a stronger airflow. Xiao Wuji's group had already acted. The power of ice shot out, going to freeze the 4 people. Suddenly a dragon's roar was heard. The earth quaked fiercely as if a real dragon was born. The sonorous roar shattered the spell. Many of the spectators were caught off guard. They felt like their eardrums had been shattered. The weaker groaned for their mentality was almost crushed by the roar. Xiao Wuji's group was obviously confronted with even stronger power. Their bodies trembled. Clearly, they didn't anticipate the roar could contain such terrible power. Even worse, the dragons punched while roaring. The punch broke through the air and the dragons above the 4 cultivators combined into one. A horrible golden dragon appeared, ferocious and enormous, soaring to the sky and rushing toward Tang Yi and another disciple of the Eastern Barren College. The 2 had just suffered that roar. When the ferocious golden dragon crushed toward them, the 2's faces changed. There was no time for them to escape. They could only release their dharma to resist with all their might. At this moment, a terrible rhythm penetrated their brains. Then the large dragon arrived. Bang! There was the terrible sound of a collision. The two people were thrown into the sky. They spat out blood in the air and fell down below the platform. They were defeated by just a blow. It's a joint attack. People all stared at the four on the platform. It was not just a joint attack. Their attack, assisted by the instruments of Qin Mingruo and Qian Shanmu, could erupt in an instant and shatter the world. It's the Imperial Dragon spell. What the top forces saw was not Tang Ye's defeat, but the abilities of the four. The four had transformed their spiritual qi into dragons. This was not difficult for many strong cultivators, but it was special because the strength was coupled with the support from Qin dynasty. They knew that this was definitely the Imperial Dragon spell of the Qin dynasty. The Imperial Dragon spell was passed down the generations in the Qin dynasty, known as Imperial spell. Reaching the extreme, the Imperial cultivator could ride dragons. Even at the elementary level, the cultivator could have a body with dragon strength and shape. The four strong cultivators all practiced the spell. What did it mean? Were they all the descendants of the Qin dynasty royalty? Or did the Qin dynasty pass the spell to the disciples of the Dongqin College? If so, it was even more terrifying. The Qin dynasty had taken a very shocking step. Boom! Four figures stepped out, moving like thunder, surrounded by indistinct dragons. They went straight towards Su Muge and Jiangteng with amazing speed. Their strategy was very clear: defeat the weak first. Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were the strongest who couldn't be defeated at the first. They would deal with the strongest two only after defeating the others. The four people were very strong, as if they had no opponents. Su Muge's face changed slightly. It might be very difficult for him to contend with the four strong cultivators, especially when the four were assisted by two rhythmic sorcerers. Boom! Right at that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a god. A terrible force followed, crushing down. A mountain appeared and fell toward the four. The four raised their hands and dragons soared toward the mountain. However, Xiao Wuji stood before them, stopping them. A powerful gravity spell subjected the four to extremely strong pressure while dragon vines appeared, rolling over toward the four. But at the time of the spell's release, a terrible sound wave came and the dragon-shaped vines were cut off and shattered. Simultaneously, that melody turned into light, bathing the four people as resistance to the oppression of gravity. Even the spell of wind came upon their bodies. Bang! The four stepped forward simultaneously, shaking the platform. Xiao Wuji said, "Go take care of the two behind them. I will stop the four." Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, and Jiangteng nodded and acted. Yu Qingshan moved straight toward Qian Shanmu while Su Muge and Jiangteng went to Qin Mingruo. They had obvious targets. Qian Shanmu just ignored them. He played the 25-string zither with an incredible speed, constantly releasing majestic melodies. Su Muge and Jiangteng, moving toward Qin Mingruo, felt their brain get penetrated by countless arrows. Their face turned pale. Soon, the Guqin spell played by Qin Mingruo also came, transformed into dragons and crushing toward the two. Su Muge and Jiangteng were thrown away. How? People's hearts trembled. In this intense battle, 4 people from the Eastern Baron College had been defeated. It was clear that the 6 from Dongqin College acted as one while the 6 from the college were 2 scattered. 2 were wounded at the beginning. Then Su Muge and Jiangteng, who couldn't be matches of Qian Shanmu at all, were also defeated. The 2 strongest cultivators in Dongqin College were Lu Nantian and Qian Shanmu. The latter was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery. Su Muge just couldn't take even one shot from him. Xiao Wuji was strong. However, he was faced with 4 strong cultivators who were good at joint attack and the Imperial Dragon spell. In this battle, the Eastern Baron College would definitely be the loser. In Xiao Wuji's battlefield, the 4 strong cultivators were attacking fiercely. Every punch they threw out would bring enormous dragon figures out. However, Xiao Wuji's pace was assisted with the wind spell which helped him escape from the attack. The Dharma behind him kept absorbing spiritual qi. It was an illusory figure which was very similar to Gu Donglio's. 7 sacred wheels rotated crazily with dazzling lights. The 7 wheels represented all 7 attributes. Seeing the 4 coming, Xiao Wuji's illusory figure shone with horrible illusory light. A spiritual attack rushed toward the 4, however, the 4's minds were united as one. Qin Mingruo's Guqin spell had also arrived. The spiritual attack could do nothing to them. Behind Xiao Wuji, the 7 sacred wheels burst out with bright light, releasing spells of 7 attributes in an instant, and crushing toward the 4 strong cultivators. Xiao Wuji is really strong! People kept looking at the battlefield. If the 4 were not good at joint attack and were instead separated, they would have been defeated by Xiao Wuji immediately. Facing the horrible spell attacks, the 4 stood together, and the dragon figures on their bodies soared into the sky and crisscrossed as a dragon-shaped curtain to block the attacks. Then, they retreated. They stopped fighting with Xiao Wuji and went to Qian Shanmu. At this moment, Qian Shanmu was fighting with Yu Qin Shan. Yu Qin Shan was trapped by his rhythmic attack. Watch out! Xiao Wuji warned. Yu Qin Shan tried to retreat, but Qian Shanmu's rhythmic attacks became more violent. Everything was locked, seeming to immobilize him. At this time, the 4 went toward Yu Qin Shan and attacked. Yu Qin Shan wanted to resist, but Qian Shanmu didn't allow it. Notes kept exploding in his brain. His mentality was going to break down. Bang! With a loud noise, Yu Qin Shan was shot down. His body fell down to the platform. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Wuji came too late. He attacked the 4 cultivators with his spell and finally separated them. 2 of the 4 were wounded. But then, notes kept descending on him. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo were free since only Xiao Wuji was left now. Xiao Wuji's eyes became very cold. He stepped forward with a violent aura, ready to fight alone. Junior Xiao, it's enough! Bai Lishu shouted. Xiao Wuji stopped in hesitation. He reluctantly turned around and stepped down from the platform with Yu Qin Shan. Su Muge and Tang Yu were very indignant. They lost the battle too miserably. This is a well-prepared strategy. Is this fun? Zhu Qin glanced at the Dongqin College. Qin Yu laughed and said, This battle is just for mutual learning. The result doesn't matter. Moreover, the 4 disciples of Dongqin College are all geniuses from top family forces and chose the Dongqin College to cultivate in. They are talented in martial arts, so we taught them the Imperial Dragon spell. Today was like a test for them. People all looked at Qin Yu. The result didn't matter? Naturally, whatever the winner said was right, since the loser was the humiliated one. But people were more surprised by Qin Yu's last sentence. People realized that the significance of this battle was not just to defeat the Eastern Baron College, but to tell the world what the Dongqin College could bring to its disciples. Chapter 271, Evil Fourth Senior Brother. Chapter 271, Evil Fourth Senior Brother. The people of the Eastern Baron territory were not very shocked. The Eastern Baron College had lost pretty badly, but upon closer thought, wouldn't the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan prepare well before creating the college and calling everyone to Chaoga City? They naturally wouldn't underestimate the college or cottage. Similarly, they were also at the same level as the college. This victory was a well-planned result. It was just that Gu Donglio's powerful performance yesterday destroyed their preparations. They must have been absolutely confident in Lu Natian. If Lu Natian had won, the Dongqin College would completely steal the Eastern Baron College's spotlight. The college understood this too. Zhu Qing, Zhongsu, and Bai Lishu were all clear. The 2 forces partnered up to create the Dongqin College just to replace them. They could see from this arrangement. It was definite. To be honest, they could have left after yesterday. However, the Dongqin College had sent out the challenge. If they had left, it would be the same as avoiding the battle. Qin Yu gazed at everyone and continued speaking. All strong cultivators of the Eastern Baron territory have gathered here. Today, anyone who wishes to try can do so. As mentioned before, the Dongqin College will enroll students during the next 3 months. This is the examination stage. In addition, 1 battle platform doesn't seem to be enough. Thus, I would like to divide the platform into 4, martial arts, sorcery, rhythmic sorcery, and free fighting. Mixed battles are allowed. This way, we can see the talents more clearly, and having multiple people challenging simultaneously will be more efficient. Everyone admired Qin Yu's plan. He was using the other forces to hype up the Dongqing College and also using the stage to find students. It was a great tactic. As soon as he finished, people went up. A matrix lit up on the platform, dividing it into 4 battle platforms. In the Eastern Baron College group below, Xiao Wuji said, "I will challenge again." The earlier defeat was a group 1. He was not satisfied. "If you wish to challenge, your opponent can only be Qian Shanmu." "Are you confident?" Bai Lishu asked. Xiao Wuji stared at the man on the other side. He was confident in his own abilities, but he didn't know if he could beat Qian Shanmu. He'd already experienced the rhythmic sorcery, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Qin Yu purposely made a separate platform for rhythmic sorcery, Bai Lishu said. "Why? Who can beat Qian Shanmu and the Donghua clan in that aspect? I heard that Hua Qingqing's musical sorcery isn't any weaker than Qian Shanmu's. The Donghua clan leader's wife used to have the title of #1 musical sorcerer in the Eastern Baron territory," Zhu Qing said from the side. "Her students will definitely be skilled." Though it was the era of the younger generation, as a strong cultivator from the older generation, she naturally knew who the clan leader's wife was. Once the most beautiful in the Eastern Baron territory, she had both looks and talent. Back then, her fame wasn't any less than the 3 beauties of today. Hua Qingqing apparently had inherited 90% of her skills. "Su Yan, you should go," Zhu Qing said. Behind her, a pretty girl nodded. "Yes, master." With that, she walked towards the free fighting platform. Bai Lishu glanced at Su Yan. She was in Mid-Arcana Plane and was one of Zhu Qing's favorites. She wasn't well known but was very powerful. Su Yan didn't say who she wanted to challenge. She just announced her name and plane. Then the Qing dynasty sent someone from the same plane to fight her. In this battle, Su Yan easily crushed the opponent. Everyone understood that the college was still the college. Even though the Dongqing College could shake the Eastern Baron College's status, it couldn't completely crush them. It was impossible. In the end, they would probably just tie. But even so, the Dongqing College still won. If they could be even to the Eastern Baron College and pass down techniques like Imperial Dragon Spell, it would show their stance. The Dongqing College would become a powerful force in the future. Their disciples would also continuously join the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. In the Eastern Baron territory, the college was the most attractive place for geniuses. There was no competition. This was probably why the 2 forces joined together to create the Dongqing College. Next, the other forces gradually opened up and went up to the platform to fight. The atmosphere intensified. Disciples from even those top forces wanted to go up and witness the abilities of the best. The fights between the 2 colleges were most interesting. They both had losses and wins and were very exciting. The Dongqing College had geniuses good at every type of skill. The Qin dynasty was better at martial arts while the Donghua clan was better at spells. Though many geniuses studied both, they still leaned towards one. Yu Xing, Yu Wuchen, and Hua Jiyu were the best examples. However, the one platform where the Dongqing College never lost was for rhythmic sorcery. Many geniuses, even Gu Biyue from the Witch clan, went to try and were defeated. The battles were getting more and more exciting. The atmosphere grew hot as well. However, some people noticed that the cottage still hadn't arrived. Right now, they were at the inn. "Fourth senior brother, why aren't we going today?" Yi Futian asked Shui Yi. "Today is the glorious day for the Dongqing College. Why should we go?" Shui Yi asked. "To push them down," Yi Futian said. "The Dongqing College already lost a critical battle yesterday. Do you think they'll give the cottage a chance today?" Shui Yi said indifferently. "They'll definitely try to threaten us with rules. For example, you're in the Dharma plane. If they make a battle of the Arcana plane, you won't be able to participate. Even if you can win some rounds, so what? How many disciples does the cottage have? How many rounds can we win?" The Dongqing College prepared for a whole year for today. They will definitely do well. A little depressed, Yi Futian muttered. Yes, but I still don't like it. Last year, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had defeated Yu Xing at the Qin palace. The noble's one head had injured Yu Xing gravely. Now, they were targeting the college and cottage again, challenging third senior brother. Though the cottage had won, Yi Futian was still annoyed. That's right. Shui Yi chuckled. Junior, what can you do if you go up? Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean? Regular victories in this competition are meaningless. You win one round and they can win one too. We're the only ones left in the cottage. Either we don't fight or we completely squash them, understand? Shui Yi chuckled. And when they're all proud, stomp them down? Wow, you're so old and wise. Yi Futian stared at his fourth senior brother. He was still too inexperienced. Shui Yi glared at Yi Futian. He was so handsome. He wasn't old. Can you do it? Shui Yi asked. Yi Futian's brows smoothed, and he smiled brightly. I'll try. Rest well today. Shui Yi patted Yi Futian's shoulders. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and then said, Senior brother, are all scholars so simple-minded? Fuck off, Shui Yi muttered after a pause. Evil. I'm going to turn bad because of you. Yi Futian left while laughing and said, Yu Xing, get ready. Shui Yi watched Yi Futian's back. This guy didn't need to learn to be bad. They were all the same. Yi Futian had the second senior sister wrapped around his finger. The others couldn't do that. Just as Shui Yi had predicted, today indeed was the Dongqing College's day. Their disciples were able to display extraordinary talent on either of the 4 battle platforms, especially for rhythmic sorcery. Hua Qingqing had gone once and defeated a powerful person from the Witch clan. This told everyone that not one of the top 3 beauties used only their looks. They were all extremely powerful. On this day, talents from all over stepped onto the battle platforms in hopes of joining the Dongqing College. It could be predicted that, in the coming days, there might be a wave of people coming to register here. This was now an alternate choice to the Eastern Baron College. Many people debated over the cottage's absence. Everyone already knew that the 3rd and 5th disciple had left. 4th disciple Shui Yi probably wouldn't do anything. That left Yi Shaoshi and Yi Futian. Not many knew Yi Shaoshi. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian's plane was too low. He didn't have much use. This was probably why they weren't here. The college had complaints about this. They'd been beaten today, but the cottage wouldn't show up. This pissed off a lot of them. However, the cottage didn't care about these guesses and talk. They didn't care about anyone's thoughts or complaints. They acted how they wanted. The college was unable to disturb them either. This was why they had a strange relationship. Even the important figures of the college couldn't influence the cottage's decisions. The next morning, a crowd had already gathered outside the Dongqing College. They'd all come to take up a spot with a better view of the battles. Of course, some also wanted to get the Dongqing College's recognition so they could join. Yesterday's battles had become topics of discussion too. They wondered what kind of great fights would take place today. Other than the 2 colleges, would the amazing fighters amongst them fight too? Chapter 272, Modest or Proud. Chapter 272, Modest or Proud. The spring sun brought some warmth as it shone over Chaoga City. More and more people grouped in the center of the city. There were more strong cultivators here than yesterday. The top forces hadn't left yet. Even if they didn't participate, they could see the levels of the others. They could compare themselves and see what level they were at. The battles continued. People gradually moved on to the battle platforms, challenging those from the other forces. Many from Chaoga City targeted the Eastern Baron College. These people naturally wanted to join the Dongqing College. They were from Chaoga families. It would be great if they could join the Dongqing College and be under the Qin dynasty. But even if they were geniuses, it was difficult to defeat the college. Most battles ended in failures. Someone in the college crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many people looked over and saw that the cottage had arrived. They were standing to the side quietly. Seeing them, A lot from the college frowned, feeling upset. Tang Yi asked directly, "Were you in the entire day yesterday?" Yesterday, the Dongqing College had challenged the college. It was extremely important, but the cottage had vanished. The consequence was that they were completely repressed by the Dongqing College. The first loss especially had humiliated him. Tang Yi had been forced down with one hit. How he felt went without speaking. Shui Yi looked forward, ignoring him. Yi Xiaoshu looked at Tang Yi and smiled. "Yeah. You." Tang Yi was frustrated with Yi Xiaoshu's indifference, but couldn't say anything. He had no right to order the cottage around. Not even the elders could influence the cottage. No matter how upset he was, he couldn't do anything. Those bastards. The cottage has arrived. Many eyes looked over at Yi Futian and the others. 2 days ago, Gudonglio's epic battle had raised the cottage's status once again. Paired with the fact that they didn't show up yesterday, today's appearance attracted much attention. "Young Master Yi is here." From the distance, Gubius smiled at Yi Futian. Her eyes were mesmerizing. As soon as she spoke, everyone saw Yi Futian and the cottage group. Beside her, Gu Jiqiu glanced at his junior sister. He couldn't do anything. This was just how she was. Yi Futian chuckled. "Do you want to serve me?" Gu Jiqiu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, staring daggers at him. Did he not care about that warning from before? Yi Futian felt Gu Jiqiu's eyes but ignored him. People of the other forces were intrigued. Qin Li had purposely spread news of Gu Jiqiu teaching Yi Futian a lesson, and many knew about it. But was Yi Futian teasing the witch again? Did he not learn his lesson? Or maybe he had his cottage brothers with him, so he was more confident. Gu Jiqiu couldn't do anything to him. "No, but I wish to see you display your radiance like in the ancient barren world." The witch's smile was very mesmerizing. Yi Futian had been extremely brilliant that day at the Mirror Mountain. Everyone present had been impressed with the phrase, "You are not qualified to understand my world. Those who know me understand my arrogance," was still shocking to think back on. But even though Yi Futian had made a commotion at the Qin dynasty, his reputation was still mostly due to being part of the cottage. He smiled and looked away. The girls of the Moon clan looked at Yi Futian. The woman who had helped send Huajieyu's message smiled. This guy wasn't very obedient. He was publicly flirting with the witch. She would have to talk to Huajieyu. Chu Yaoyao also looked at Yi Futian. She was curious about the man Huajieyu loved. "Yi Futian," Yinjin of the Yin family said coldly. He gazed at Yi Futian coolly. "I challenged you 2 days ago. Today, I challenge you again. Will you take it?" He wanted to see if Yi Futian would avoid the challenge on an occasion like this. But Yi Futian seemed to not hear him. He gazed at the Dongqing College and smiled. He walked to a battle platform where the battle had just ended. It was the platform for free fighting. What is he doing? Everyone stared at him. Was he finally going to fight? A moment later, Yi Futian stood onto the platform. Countless eyes focused on him. He walked up as soon as he arrived. The cottage truly wasn't playing around. Disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan all looked at him, wondering who he would challenge. With his plane, who could he challenge? "I heard that yesterday, the Dongqing College set up a challenge to test the cultivation results of their disciples. Today, I would also like to do that." Yi Futian chuckled. 1 year ago, Yu Xing Yiwuchen and I came from a small country. Our planes are still low, but we wish to test our cultivation from this year at an event like this. Some people had a strange look. They were all clear what had happened 1 year ago. The name of Kangyi had become known throughout the ancient barren world. The various top forces had gone to the Kangyi kingdom as well. Thinking back, their group had only come to cultivate at the eastern barren territory for 1 year. They just attracted attention because they joined the cottage. Hearing this, Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen understood. They walked to the battle platform too. "We've cultivated here for 1 year and are probably at the same level as the new disciples of the Dongqing College. We are only at the Dharma plane as well. It's unfortunate. I would like to witness the brilliance of the Dongqing College disciples today." Please take care of me. Yi Futian was very polite as he spoke. Everyone was shocked. Since when was the cottage so humble? He was too humble. They were quite uncomfortable. Yi Futian was clearly from the cottage and extremely talented. But the way he said it, he was just a rookie who had only cultivated for 1 year. It made sense too. Many from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were annoyed. Did Yi Futian really want them to send rookies of the Dharma plane to fight against him? It was suicide. Disciples of the cottage aren't judged by their planes, Qin Li said calmly, staring at Yi Futian. I have entered the cottage but have yet to prove myself. I don't have a glorious record and feel embarrassed. Today, I am nervous to challenge the geniuses of the Dongqin College too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone gaped at him. Was this possible? However, it was Qin Li who had said that Yi Futian hadn't proved himself yet. But when Yi Futian repeated those words so modestly, it felt kind of weird. Even Shui Yi and Yi Shaoshi were dumbfounded. They'd underestimated how shameless their junior was. The senior sister from the Moon clan smirked. Jieyu's boy was so evil, but his eyes were so clear and honest. He was very convincing. In reality, even without a track record to prove himself, Yi Futian's hurried fight at the Qin dynasty was still unreachable for someone on the same plane. Yu Xing was the same. His combat ability was wild. Yu Wuchen was from the 7th peak of the Futian sword clan. Many had learned that Yu Wuchen had killed Li Daoyun from the Arcana plane. Did Yi Futian really want these three to fight with new disciples of the Dharma plane? It is even more of a sham for the cottage and Futian sword clan to be overly modest, Qin Li said coldly. Will the Dongqin College accept the challenge? After Qin Li spoke, Yi Futian's tone abruptly sharpened. Or are you only able to fight back with planned techniques? Qin Li stared at him, livid. At this time, Qin Yu said calmly, the Dongqin College does not have anyone in the Dharma plane at the same level as you. There is no need to fight this battle. We admit defeat. Everyone was shocked at this. The Dongqin College had been so successful yesterday but was forced to surrender at the start of today. It was quite difficult. But everyone knew that if they really fought, the result would be the same. Losing like that was giving in to Yi Futian's group. Surrendering without a fight prevented Yi Futian from showing off. Of course, if you wish to challenge personally, we can try, Qin Yu continued. Yi Futian's plane shouldn't be too high. He probably wasn't even in the high-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Futian was from the cottage, losing to him wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? That's boring. Yi Futian shook his head and said, if I fight someone from another plane, can I use a ritual implement? If you challenge an arcana plane, then of course. Qin Yi nodded. A noble ritual implement was powerful but also depended on one's abilities as a foundation. He couldn't improve by too much. Noble intent was the same. Of course, the talents of the top forces all had noble intent. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and shrugged. He glanced at Yu Wuchen and Yu Xing. It had ended without even starting. Of course, Yi Futian didn't want to end just like this. After Yu Wuchen and Yu Xing left, he walked towards another battle platform. There, a Donghua clan disciple who was skilled in rhythmic sorcery had just won. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many people looked over. Was he going to challenge this arcana plane rhythmic sorcerer? The man studied Yi Futian and smiled. You want to challenge me? Yi Futian shook his head. Everyone froze, confused. Then Yi Futian's gaze moved past the crowd to the Dongqin College. His eyes fell on Qian Shanmu. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes hardened. What did Yi Futian want? I don't know rhythmic sorcery, but I would still like to witness the brilliance of the best rhythmic sorcerer of our generation, Yi Futian said slowly. Yi Futian of the cottage would like to learn from you. Chapter 273 Thunderous Moves. Chapter 273 Thunderous Moves. This one utterance shocked everyone. Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage, was going to challenge Qian Shanmu. Back when the Qin dynasty crowned the crown prince, a Guqin recital ensued at the Qin imperial palace. Yi Futian made a move then, in the 4th level Dharma plane. It had only been a year. Even if he cultivated really quickly, how powerful could he have actually gotten? He very well may only be in the 6th level Dharma plane. If he had cultivated quickly enough, maybe he could be in the 7th level. Qian Shanmu was already in the Arcana plane. Of course, the people would not question the abilities of a disciple of the cottage. Even if he had never truly proven himself before, he was still extremely powerful. But who was his opponent right now? It was Qian Shanmu, also known as the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation. Even opponents in the same plane would need to be wary in battle with a person like this. Forget about those in lower planes. Regardless of the distance between their planes, were ritual implements really going to make up for it? Futian was too rash. In everyone's opinion, he should not have chosen Qian Shanmu as his opponent. This idiot. Among the group from the college, Tang Yi and others were dumbstruck. When they recovered, they cursed under their breath. When Futian's trio stepped onto the battle platform and made Qin Yu admit defeat, the student disciples of the college felt great. But in the blink of an eye, the idiot challenged Qian Shanmu. Who did he think he was? This wasn't the top of Mirror Mountain. There were no statues or relics he could borrow power from. This was a battle platform. Gubiyue had a glint in her eye. The light smile on her face was captivating. This guy really won't give up until every word out of his mouth is enough to put people in shock. Even the people of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were stupefied. Qin Li then let out a strange smile. This Futian guy could have picked anyone and he chose to challenge Qian Shanmu? The disciples of the cottage were indeed so arrogant, it was ridiculous. In the crowd, Qian Shanmu's eyes fell on Futian. Futian claimed not to know about music. These were the words he had once said to Futian. Now, these words were coming out of Futian's mouth. Was he prepared to have an exchange with him using music? Just then, everyone watched Futian take off the bag on his back and pull out a guqing. He had obviously come prepared. At this sight, everyone grew more interested. Does he know what he's doing? Su Muge frowned. Futian was going to challenge Qian Shanmu using music? Music was Qian Shanmu's specialty. In the first battle, Qian Shanmu had used music as a supplement. Su Muge was completely unable to withstand his musical sorcery. Of all things, Futian wanted to challenge Qian Shanmu with the thing he was best at. Did he have a death wish? Can you shut up? Yuxing said coldly, hearing the voice coming from the group beside him. His battle doesn't only affect him. Su Muge looked at Yuxing with cold eyes. Who didn't know of the cottage's status? What would the world think if Futian got defeated? Was he sending himself right up to his opponent for humiliation? Should we let you go then? Ishiesher's eyes swept towards Su Muge. How noisy. If little brother chose to challenge him, he must have his reason. The fourth brother had already said, if a disciple of the cottage decided to battle, it must be a battle that would shock the world. If Futian was able to win Qian Shanmu, that would be a given. On the musical battle platform, the figure standing opposite Futian sneered as he glanced at Futian. There were hints of mockery and disdain. Challenge Qian Shanmu? What a joke. Turning around, he stepped off the platform. The people of the Donghua clan let out looks of amusement. They had been extremely upset when Lu Nantian had lost to Gu Donglu. Now that Futian of the cottage had asked for a challenge, it was the perfect time for cruel payback. Qian Shanmu walked onto the platform and stood opposite Futian. Below the platform, arrogance was exuded from the eyes of his wife, Qin Mingruo. Her husband's skills and knowledge of music wasn't something Futian could challenge. However, she did know that he was also good at music. Back at the Qin Palace, Futian had played The World for Gu Ming and caused him to fall to his knees, completely controlled by the music. That was Futian's response to Qian Shanmu's insult about him not understanding music. Did he want to prove his musical abilities once more today? If so, then he was going to pay the price. Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu. Please enlighten me, Qian Shanmu said, maintaining proper etiquette. He then sat down with crossed legs. Futian did the same facing him. One on the guqing, one on the zither. However, there was not going to be any harmonization between the two instruments this time. It was going to be a battle. The sounds of both instruments rang out at the same time. The guqin sounded crisp while the zither was deep. These were two obviously different styles of music being played on the platform. The piece Qianshanmu played sounded majestic and powerful. A formless energy formed in the space around. The sounds of the zither harmonized with the earth around, causing a flow of strong energy. Although there had yet to be a release of great power, it still gave people a feeling that once the music reached an explosive point, everything would be destroyed. There wasn't going to be any mystery about this battle. As the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation, it was obvious that Qianshanmu would be able to crush Yi Futian. Compared to the powerful energy associated with Qianshanmu's piece, Yi Futian's music sounded ordinary and boring. There wasn't anything new. It was melodious and serene. His music sounded so ridiculously simple. This had many people confused. Was Yi Futian really going against Qianshanmu with this piece? There were so many possibilities with music, but it was also something that required a lot of care. First of all, there needed to be a basic foundation of the piece. From there, all sorts of destructive spells could be released. With just one listen, Qianshanmu's piece was able to exude power, while Yi Futian's sound was a joke. Could a piece like this take even one blow from Qianshanmu? In the direction of the group from the Donghua clan, a girl stared at Yi Futian. Her beautiful, pure eyes had hints of curiosity. She was Hua Qingqing. Her mother was well versed in music, so she had grown up surrounded by it. Thus, she was naturally sensitive to anything having to do with music. She could feel something unordinary from Yi Futian's music. Simple, pure, and clean. It was a sound without any impurities, like the heart of a child. But would a musical piece like this actually be able to withstand the destructive spells Qianshanmu was about to release? Her eyes hinted her curiosity. As the sound of his music changed, a powerful energy circled around Qianshanmu. Suddenly, the 5 fingers on his right hand jumped around of the strings of the zither. It was loud like thunder. The ground shook and a terrifying spiritual storm morphed into tens of thousands of sharp swords, all charged for Yi Futian. In a split second, everyone could feel the murderous intent in his music. It was then that the people had the mistaken illusion that this might be the end of Yi Futian. What made everyone freeze in surprise was Yi Futian did not use musical sorcery to block off this attack. He was still playing the guqin quietly. It was almost as if everyone saw the swords all pierce into his mind. Would Yi Futian fall at just one attack? He seemed to have shivered lightly, but the music never stopped. He continued to play, and the attack seemed to already have dissipated into nothing. This had many people sighing in relief. Although they had a feeling that Yi Futian would definitely lose, they would be disappointed if a disciple of the cottage were to be defeated so easily. Naturally, Qianshanmu knew how Yi Futian had managed that. He used noble will as a complement to his music. This formed a layer of protective spiritual energy. In Yi Futian's mind, he could almost feel the will transform into a dragon which circled around to protect his will. Qianshanmu was still playing, his attacks non-stop. A crazy rainstorm seemed to have appeared around Yi Futian. Endless spiritual swords pierced ferociously into Yi Futian's mind. However, his music and will were still there in the form of a dragon. From time to time, the dragon would roar, destroying any incoming destructive spiritual energy. The power of his spiritual defenses is quite strong. His noble will is working together with the noble ritual implement. Looks like Qianshanmu won't be able to get rid of Yi Futian so quickly, everyone thought. But that was not the extent of Qianshanmu's attacks. Besides the endless spiritual attacks, a frightening storm of spiritual qi appeared around him. The earth hummed in unison with the sounds of his instrument. A suffocating energy spread on the battle platform. It felt like something that could wipe out the earth. Energy built like this would definitely be incredibly powerful once it exploded. The rumbling of thunder exploded in the air. A horrifying flash of lightning struck down at Yi Futian. It was an easy task for Qianshanmu to send out spells with his music. Yi Futian was still playing on his guqin with his head down. It was almost as if he didn't see a thing. When the lightning struck down, it was actually absorbed into the sound of music in the surroundings. The music transformed into spiritual chi that flowed in a circle around his body. However, an endless amount of spiritual chi gathered crazily in the air above his head. It formed faintly into a scary pattern. This pattern was able to absorb the spiritual chi of the world around him. It gave off a show-stealing seven-colored light, a blinding light. With the flow of spiritual chi, the pattern took shape. The never-ending sounds of music motivated the flow of spiritual chi. As everyone looked on in surprise, a spiritual chi matrix formed over Futian's head. Everyone's heart raced. They watched a matrix form out of nowhere above Futian. The pattern spun and the spiritual chi went wild, causing a matrix storm. A black hole appeared, absorbing all energy while giving off a destructive energy. What terrifying musical sorcery! This was no longer simply sorcery released by music. The music had formed a matrix. Its destructive energy was able to make people feel like it could destroy anything and everything. Although it hadn't been that long since Qian Shanmu stepped into the Arcana plane, with his gifts and his powerful noble will, just how powerful would a matrix him formed in midair be? Would Futian be able to withstand his attack? The previous attacks were nothing. Qian Shanmu was only just getting started for real. If Futian kept up with the challenge, he would definitely end up dead. Many people stared at Qian Shanmu. It seemed like even though Qian Shanmu kept up a calm face, he had a wild beast hidden inside. He must not have been happy about Lu Nanshan's loss to Gu Donglu. Now that he was making his move, he was bound to push Futian into a dead end. Qian Shanmu was going to end him with thunder and lightning. Countless pairs of eyes then landed on Futian. How is this guy going to withstand that kind of power? If he admitted defeat now, maybe he could be spared by Qian Shanmu's attack. Chapter 274, Battle of Music. Chapter 274, Battle of Music. Presently, Futian remained seated quietly. He was handsome with an extraordinary aura. His long fingers danced over the chords of the guqin. The frightful scene in the sky had no effect on his performance. Right now, he was serious and focused. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of his very eyes, he wouldn't blink an eye. Unaffected, he would continue to play. At this moment, the people seemed to have been brought into a mystical artistic conception. Secretly, they began to sympathize Futian, as if they were worried he would be swallowed by the torrent, ceasing to exist. Above Futian's head, the strange sight grew increasingly terrifying. The matrix that continuously swallowed spiritual chi was like a ruthless beast, killing everything in sight. Finally, Qian Shanmu's fingers plucked the chords of the zither. A force of frightening spiritual energy wrapped around the storm over Futian's head. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the world to fall into darkness. It was like the birth of a demon. Thunder and lightning decorated the skies as the strong winds howled. Everything then came down on Futian. Many people got nervous and stared closely at the scene ahead. It was too terrifying. Was that really something a cultivator in the Dharma plane could withstand? Not even prodigies in the lower Arcana plane could likely withstand such an attack. As the destructive storm approached, the royal Xian temple's Luo Junlin watched with cold eyes. His hands were clenched into tight fists. He wished Futian would be destroyed and killed by this storm. Only that would take care of the danger in the Nandan nation. Otherwise, Futian would come knocking to settle the score sooner or later. Over by those from the college, Tang Yi, Su Muge, and others watched without feeling any sympathy. If Futian really died like this, it would be because he was stupid. Just when the storm reached the skies above Futian, the sound waves radiating around him suddenly sounded sharply. A formless storm of spiritual energy brewed. As soon as any spells came for him, it would be destroyed. Then, it would be turned in spiritual chi and pulled into revolved around Futian. Just like that, the people witnessed a shocking sight. Spells with destructive powers strong enough to end life of Earth would be destroyed by the spiritual storm every time they got too close. As Futian played, he had unknowingly created a defensive shield of spiritual energy around himself. It was able to destroy any attack spells. Sorcery was motivated by spiritual energy. Even spells from a matrix were the results of the release of spiritual energy. Powerful cultivators specializing in attacks with spiritual energy could also use it to destroy spells. The sound of the guqin became rapid. The matrix above Futian released attacks at him wildly, but his fingers began to fly across the chords even faster. His moves were fluid and fast like a running river, creating a beautiful piece of music. No matter how fast the storm was blowing or how strong the tides, nothing was not going to move. No force was powerful enough to shake him. At this moment, above that handsome figure, there was even a hint of the power of a noble. Such strong defense techniques. Everyone looked ahead. Although he was borrowing power from the noble ritual implement, it was obvious that Futian must have been very educated in music. When he said he didn't understand music, it was simply to mock Qian Shanmu. Qian Shanmu was also slightly shaken up now. Futian played the guqin. There was nothing special about it, yet he was still able to set up a defense. As a musical sorcerer, Futian knew all about the techniques of musical attacks. Direct spiritual attacks were the most lethal. Su Muge had fallen to this kind of attack. But Futian's defense was with spiritual energy. It was as if he had a dragon protecting his mind from spiritual attacks. There was no way to invade. The second type of attack was using music to initiate attack spells. Similarly, Futian had set up a defense. He gathered spiritual energy and formed a storm that destroyed any spells that got close. Nothing could get close to him. Not only did Futian know music, he was well versed in the way of music. This was something that Qian Shanmu could not deny at this point. Of course, it was one thing to know. Futian was able to block his musical attacks. This was part of Futian's abilities. Even with the help of ritual implements, it was difficult for his musical attainments. Not even spells from a matrix could break through Futian's defense. This made Qian Shanmu understand it was practically impossible to defeat Futian using music to initiate spells. Then there was only one way to do it. It was also the way to test truly how knowledgeable a person was about music. That was to use music to create an artistic conception. Then came the interference of will, taking control of it or going for the kill. Back at the Qin Palace, this was what Futian did to Gu Ming. It made Gu Ming surrender and fall under the control of this music. Gu Ming was not able to withstand the artistic conception and actually kneeled down on the ground. There were no doubts about Qian Shanmu's knowledge of music. The movement of his fingers changed as he played the chords of the zither. Unknowingly, the sound changed slowly. As Qian Shanmu played, there was something holy about him. He glowed brightly and even showed up in a mystical image in many people's minds. Many rays of light shined from him. Then, many illusory images appeared in the scene in their minds, all of Qian Shanmu. Holy sound! Not many people present knew about this musical piece. However, it was obvious that Hua Qingqing was one of those who knew. This was an attack piece that had an extremely strong artistic conception. Qian Shanmu had actually played this piece in a battle of music with Futian. The same image appeared in Hua Qingqing's mind. Qian Shanmu shined brightly like a saint. The words he said were like those of a saint. His palm waved, and like the will of a saint, whistling swords and wild divine beasts appeared suddenly and charged at Futian. At this moment, the artistic conception Futian felt was the strongest because this piece was targeted at him. It was as if he saw Qian Shanmu turn into a saint. The light encapsulated him. The saint's words turned into sharp swords, racing towards him. The saints will turn into dragons, phoenixes, and kylins. Right now, he seemed so small he could collapse at any moment. At this moment, many people had a misconception that Futian seemed like a weak scholar. How could he go against a saint? One word could sentence him, and one thought could take his life. But the weak student was still playing quietly. In the crazy wind and rain, he was still playing his very own music. With the sound of his music, the swords disappeared and the demon beasts destroyed. No matter how fierce the attack was, Futian was unmoved. From his body and from his music, the people could see the strength in his character. Gradually, the sounds elevated but were still stable. Little by little, it elevated and destroyed all the attacks meant for him. At the same time, he was able to maintain protection of his mind. His will remained untouched. As Futian's music pierced through the air, people could feel it. It seemed like the weak student had grown. In the midst of the crazy rainstorm, he had matured. Scholars had the knowledge and ambitions to rule the world. Noble will radiated from him. Futian had an outstanding aura that seemed to be changing without him knowing. But he was as resolute as ever. He had an incredible spirit that dripped from him. The weak student seemed to have grown after the storms. He was finally at the center stage, challenging a character that was high above everyone else. Some really powerful people were not affected by the music. Their thoughts flowed freely. From Futian's music, they could hear a story of experiencing the obstacles of life and growth. His music seemed to be a journey to maturity. It was a truly strange feeling, but it also felt very natural. The music was still elevated and getting more exciting. The notes had climbed a height that could break through into the heavens. In the minds of the crowd, they could see a young man stepping into the noble plan, and then the growth of an emperor. Overcoming all the obstacles without fear and taking control of the world. At this moment, the instrument-playing youth no longer seemed like a weak scholar. His back straightened and his body was like that of a dragon. There seemed to be the roaring of dragons in the music. The emperor's will broke out and took control. Futian's spiritual energy kept destroying all the attacks. The ever-climbing notes were like an emperor's trusty mount carrying him up. In the illusory scene, Qian Shanmu and Futian were having a standoff, like a saint and an emperor. What was music? Real music went along with an artistic conception and could bring them into the world of music. Qian Shanmu said Futian did not know music. In respects of musical attacks and technique variation, Futian was indeed lacking compared to him. However, in this past year, he had a deeper comprehension of music. In terms of artistic conception, Futian was confident enough not to lose. A chaotic nation and the world combined for a peace. With his innate willpower, how was he going to lose? He immersed the imperial tactics into his music, making the artistic conception stronger. The people would just think that it was the conception brought on by the music. They wouldn't think that it was a special method. In the illusory scene, two large figures appeared. They looked as if they were ready to have the world beneath their feet. The will on the two figures grew stronger, but the saint's figure was like that from the beginning. And the emperor's figure seemed to be continuously growing until it was able to break into the skies and control the world. The vast surroundings were frozen. At this moment, everyone could feel the artistic conception hidden in the music. They felt like they were experiencing the standoff. Futian had actually gone up against Qian Shanmu using pure music. That figure now stood straight. With the continuously climbing sounds of the instrument, his emperor intent grew even stronger. Finally, accompanying a vibration, the saint's figure collapsed. Qian Shanmu felt a pressing force of will crushing down. Duang! The zither let out a sharp noise and everyone's gaze remained frozen on it. The cord had snapped. Qian Shanmu's hands froze. Following a low moan, he spat blood, staining the zither red. The ancient barren world's #1 musical sorcerer of the younger generation had lost to Futian, a disciple of the cottage, in a battle of pure music. At this moment, Qian Shanmu remembered the words he once said to Futian. You don't know music. If he didn't understand music, who did? Chapter 275, Weak and Fragile. Chapter 275, Weak and Fragile. Futian was still playing the guqin. The elevated notes dropped back down and the emperor's will disappeared. Finally, with one last note, the music stopped. He lifted his head slowly and looked to Qian Shanmu. Futian's clothes were white as snow, unstained by all filth. His eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky, and his handsome face seemed brighter now than ever. My time on earth has yet to end, yet my heart is in the skies. In times of storm and rain, I will turn into an emperor. As the music ended, the vast space fell into an extreme silence. Countless pairs of eyes froze on the two figures on the battle platform. Qian Shanmu stared dumbfoundedly at the broken string on the zither, as if he still couldn't believe he had actually lost. The Donghua clan couldn't believe it either. They couldn't accept this. Qin Mengruo was pale. Her man had lost to Yi Futian in music. Hua Qingqing's clear eyes stared at the handsome figure in white. From beginning to end, he never once used music to initiate an attack spell. What he did do was to use music to express an artistic conception. The unyielding growth of a young man into an emperor who controlled the world. The conception created by his music kept getting stronger until it completely crushed Qian Shanmu. Perhaps his musical attainments couldn't compare to Qian Shanmu, but the world he experienced through music was more expansive than that of Qian Shanmu. Even the people from the college were shocked at these results. Especially those who had verbally insulted Yi Futian before. Tanya and Su Muge felt the gazes of their fellow schoolmates, and felt a rush of heat to their faces. Yu Sheng, however, thought that this kind of result was a given. He was the only one who so blindly trusted Yi Futian. His eyes stared coldly at Tanya and said, "Was it not embarrassing enough back at the top of Mirror Mountain?" Tanya's gaze froze on Yu Xing. His expression didn't look too good. "How can someone like you understand his world? You better keep your mouth shut in matters regarding him in the future," Yu Xing said coldly. His wild eyes looked threatening. Tang Yi clenched his jaw. Yu Xing was actually threatening him? But Yu Xing actually didn't give a damn about his opinions. He looked away as soon as he finished saying what he had to say and completely ignored Tang Ye's existence. A whisper came from the large crowd. Qian Shanmu actually lost. Nobody knew who said that, but the entire crowd immediately erupted into conversation. Qian Shanmu, the so-called #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, had lost in a musical battle. Could he still be considered #1? The powerful cultivators of various top powers all turned their attention to Yi Futian. Although his level of cultivation was on the lower side, it would increase sooner or later. Another Gu Donglu was going to be born from the cottage. Two genius cultivators of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian defeated by Gu Donglu and Qian Shanmu lost to the hands of Yi Futian. In their rivalry with the cottage, the Donghua clan had been thoroughly defeated. Yi Futian placed his guqin back into his bag. His movements were unrushed, and he didn't make any attempts to insult Qian Shanmu on his loss. Winning him in a musical battle was already the best insult. There was no need for spoken words. "What was that piece you played?" Qian Shanmu lifted his head to ask Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu had played, Holy Sound, the music of saints. It was an extremely difficult piece to play. It was even harder than normal to fully reveal its artistic conception, but he had done it. Despite all this, he had lost. Yi Futian returned a look at him before he said, "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I don't know what it was." After saying what he had to say, Yi Futian turned away and was ready to leave. Qian Shanmu's expression was frozen. It was obvious that he was at a loss. Yi Futian had actually said he defeated the music of saints simply with something he came up with on the top of his head. "You won, but you don't have to be so fake." Qian Shanmu had to admit that Yi Futian was very knowledgeable when it came to music, but for him to say that he won with a piece he casually came up with, wasn't Yi Futian just trying to humiliate him? Yi Futian stopped in his tracks with a smile. "What is music? Although it can be used to battle, that music is born from spiritual attacks. True music has to do with the tones themselves. Pure and in harmony with the artistic conception. You said that I don't understand music, and you're right, I don't. But do you truly understand it?" He then continued on his way. Qian Shanmu was stunned. "Do you truly understand it?" At this moment, Qian Shanmu questioned himself. In deep thought, he lowered his head to look at the broken chord. He seemed to have taken a real hit. Just then, a beautiful figure walked up beside him. She could see that Qian Shanmu was struggling and questioning himself. This was her man. She didn't want to see him like this. "He's just trying to get to you and put you down," Qin Mingruo said to Qian Shanmu. "You're better than everyone when it comes to music. If he didn't have a ritual implement for defense, you would have won early on. he wouldn't have been able to withstand your musical attacks. Qian Shanmu looked up at his wife. Qin Mingruo was just as beautiful as always. She was gracious and beautiful, and her eyes were filled with her belief and trust in him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and slowly, Qian Shanmu began to recover a bit his confidence. As a prided member of the Donghua clan, it was obvious that he had something others didn't. Whether that something was willpower or outlook, he was incomparable. It was just that this battle took a huge blow on him. He had lost to Futian, a mere Dharma plane cultivator, in his specialty music. On top of that, he presented the Donghua clan and Futian, the cottage. Just when everyone thought Qian Shanmu would be able to destroy Futian, he lost. This was not something he could easily get over. Wait! A voice rang out just then. Futian stopped once again and turned back to look over in the direction of those from the Dongqing College. The person who had spoken was Qinli. Qian Shanmu's defeat had also greatly affected the Dongqing College. If they let Futian leave victorious, they wouldn't be able to cover their losses no matter who they challenge next. If you're going to keep insisting that you don't understand music, then what are you good at? Qinli asked. To win against Qian Shanmu in a musical battle and still claim not to understand music. How fake. If so, then Qinli wanted to know what Futian was actually good at. What are you trying to do? Chuckled Futian. Martial arts. Are you good at that? Asked Qinli. I'm okay, answered Futian. Qin Mang. Qinli called out, and a person appeared by his side immediately. This person was not as built as Yuxing, but standing there, people had a feeling that he was really strong. His bright and piercing eyes were trained on Futian like a fearsome demon beast, filled with wild energy. Qin Mang stepped onto the martial arts platform. He was a royal descendant of the Qin dynasty. Within his body were 5 dragon meridians. His gifts in martial arts were shocking. He was in the top-level Dharma plane. Qin Mang, Dharma plane, focusing in martial arts. Challenging you to a battle of martial arts. Do you accept? Qinli asked, observing Futian. Everyone was surprised. It was only natural that many of the top powers knew of the younger generation prodigies from the Qin dynasty. This Qin Mang was royal blood, had 5 dragon meridians within, and was extremely gifted in martial arts. Plus, he was in the Dharma plane. So, there wouldn't be any reason for Futian to use ritual implements, right? Although it was obvious that Futian's level of cultivation was still lower than that of Qin Mang, he was still a disciple of the cottage. He was the center of attention. Shouldn't it be normal for him to battle someone at a higher level? Qinli used this point to his advantage, and wanted to defeat Futian through Qin Mang. It would also prove some things on his part. Are you sure you want to challenge me in martial arts? Futian swept a quick glance at Qinli. He saw the frivolous look in Futian's eyes. Of course. Futian smiled at him and returned to his friends from the cottage. He handed the bag with his guqing to Yuxing. Then, he turned back around and headed for the martial arts battle platform. Countless pairs of eyes followed Futian as he moved. He was able to defeat Qian Shanmu in music. This meant that Futian was a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element, but Qinli chose to challenge him in martial arts. Qinli claimed that Futian had never proven himself. So how was he going to fare when it came to martial arts? Stepping onto the platform, Futian looked at Qin Mang. Are you ready? He sounded nonchalant, frivolous. Qin Mang stared at him and answered coldly. Yes. As soon as he said that, a wild energy was released from him. Very faintly, the images of dragons appeared. That's right, dragons. Not 1 but 5. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mang's aura became terrifying. The Imperial Dragon spell was in motion. 5 dragons revolved around him, roaring. He was already in the top-level Dharma plane. Now, he had opened the 5 dragon meridians. His combat skills were through the roof. Just then, a rod formed from spiritual qi appeared in Futian's hand. He held it calmly and the air around him became different. His aura was growing stronger and more powerful. Boom! The battle platform shook with a single step from Qin Mang. The dragons protected him, and their roars came and went. The 5 dragons continued to circle. At that moment, Qin Mang lifted into the air. He looked as if he could dominate the world when a dragon Dharma seemed to have appeared behind him. It looked like a totem. Futian moved. His body charged forward and flew up in the air. He danced and soared in the sky. His aura was still growing stronger as he headed straight for Qin Mang. Since this was a battle of martial arts, they needed to go at this head-to-head. Roar! The air vibrated at the loud roar of a dragon. Qin Mang came down at Futian with his dragons. This made Futian look weak and fragile. But instead, the energy around him was just getting stronger. Finally, the images of the dragons descended and headed right for Futian. However, Futian stopped moving and the long rod in his hand swung down on these images. The 9 heavenly attacks. First attack, Genesis. In a split second, an enormous image of a rod appeared and everyone watched as Futian disappeared into the circle created by the images of the dragons. A loud noise followed. The dragon's image split from the middle and Futian's rod landed directly on Qin Mang. In the next moment, Qin Mang's body flew in the direction of the group from the Dongqin College. With a loud crash, his body fell on the ground in front of Qin Li, weak and fragile. Futian descended, his figure blown by the wind. The long rod had already disappeared from his grasp. He took one look at Qin Li and smiled. "Is this all you guys got? Geniuses of the Qin dynasty?" Chapter 276, An Even Wilder Strike. Chapter 276, An even wilder strike. Futian's somewhat frivolous voice caused the entire place to turn completely silent once again. Qin Mang was at the peak of the Dharma plane. He had opened up 5 dragon meridians and his battle abilities were extraordinary. However, he was defeated by just one strike and was unable to fight back at all. He was blown directly backward and landed in front of Qin Li. How ironic was that? In particular, Qin Li had deliberately targeted Futian a few times before and said a lot to belittle him. How about now? First, Futian used a ritual implement and defeated Qian Shanmu with music. Then, he overpowered Qin Mang in just one hit. Did cottage disciples need to prove themselves? The crowd suddenly thought of the first and third disciples of the cottage. In the past, they similarly did not prove anything about themselves, but when they did, it was a disaster for their opponents. The Sword Sink used the Fuyun Sword Clan to become famous. Gu Donglu first eliminated a top-tier force, and then became famous by defeating Lu Nantian. The exact same thing seemed to be happening at the moment. Futian stepped on Qian Shanmu, and the genius of the Qin dynasty. Once again, he showed everyone how bright cottage disciples were. Qianli did not speak. What else could he say? The reality of the situation was more impactful than any words. He was the one who started the challenge, and what was the outcome? At this instant, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan stared very coldly at Futian, especially Qin Li and Qin Mingru. "You are indeed a cottage disciple," Qin Yu said suddenly. "During this martial arts exchange in the Dongqin College, we are able to see the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage. Qin Mang did not lose for nothing. However, you belittled the Qin dynasty after merely one victory from yourself. Indeed, this is the usual style of the cottage, too arrogant." Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Just now, his son Qin Li criticized Futian and mocked him openly, saying that he had not proven himself. Now, he defeated the people from the Qin dynasty, but Qin Yu wanted to deny him again. How hypocritical was that? Apart from being hypocritical, he was still reluctant to admit their defeat. This was unacceptable. Futian smiled. "Prince Qin, you are flattering me. Perhaps my words just now were somewhat inappropriate. The Qin dynasty is a top force in the Eastern Barren Territory, and now you have even established the Dongqin College. Obviously, you have many powerful cultivators. Indeed, one battle alone cannot say anything. Maybe I have not proven myself previously, and therefore the Qin dynasty did not really send any powerful cultivators on the stage yet. Since this is the case, I am willing to see for myself the real geniuses of the Qin dynasty. Then Yi Futian folded his hands and said, I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage. My martial arts is in the 7th level Dharma plane, and I will challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Anyone? Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone felt somewhat stunned. Now it was really awkward for the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu said that Yi Futian had belittled the Qin dynasty because of just one battle, and Yi Futian decided to continue the challenge. Qin Yu said that cottage disciples were all too arrogant. Immediately, Yi Futian became much more humble and praised the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, he announced his martial arts level directly, 7th level Dharma plane. It was surely acceptable for him to challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Even though he was a cottage disciple, the Qin dynasty was similarly a top force. He had already allowed them to send someone 2 levels above him. However, in reality, everyone knew that Qin Mang was already one of the strongest Dharma plane cultivators in the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, Qin Li would not have asked him to fight in the first place. Since Qin Mang was instantly defeated, anyone in the Dharma plane would definitely lose to him as well. There would be no suspense at all. Yi Futian spared no face for Qin Yu. Many people looked at Qin Yu. They could almost imagine Qin Yu's mood at the moment. He probably wanted to kill Yi Futian at this instant. Mr. Yi is really too crafty. In the direction where the witch clan was, the witch Gu Biyue giggled softly. Qin Yu was unable to find a way out of the embarrassing situation. Beside her, the warlock Gu Jiqiu also stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that he had underestimated Yi Futian previously. With the talent that Yi Futian had displayed today, he would undoubtedly be another top genius should he enter the Arcana plane. By then, even without a ritual implement, he would probably still be able to contest with Xian Shanmu. It was not just Gu Biyue who had such a thought. The lady from the Moon clan who had met with Yi Futian also felt that the person whom Jieyu liked was really too crafty. However, it was still pleasurable to look at him. He had a handsome look and a frivolous smile which all seemed to make him amazingly charming. Furthermore, when he was playing music, he looked as pure as a newborn baby and also as domineering as an emperor. What kind of person was he exactly? We don't need that. Since we have already seen the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage, we don't need another battle. Qin Yu's tone was somewhat stiff as he rejected Yi Futian's challenge. To fight further would bring disgrace to themselves. Therefore, they might as well give up. They would also be criticized by others, but if they chose to continue, they would not know how long the battle would last, given Yi Futian's shamelessness. That's unfortunate. I have not had enough fun. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Then, he turned around and walked down the battle platform. Just as he left the platform, he said, Yu Xing, go and see how strong the geniuses from the Dongqing College are. The 4th brother had already said that either the cottage disciples would not fight, or they would destroy the Dongqing College completely. Didn't they want a contest? Let's have one then. All right. Yu Xing nodded and walked onto the battle platform. Everyone looked at this scene, puzzled. What was the cottage trying to do? Yu Xing was very burly. His appearance alone already looked very violent, and his body seemed to be filled with an endless amount of power. This was the person who took the demonic tripod from the Yin family. During that time, even the Arhat only raised the tripod 4 feet. On the other hand, Yu Xing took the tripod away, resulting in a conflict, causing a huge loss to the Yin family. Yu Sheng, woodcutter of the cottage, 7th level Dharma plane. I will challenge any Dharma plane cultivator from the Dongqing College, and any class of cultivator as well, Yu Xing said calmly. His voice was very monotonous, but it gave the rest the feeling that he was overlooking everyone as if he was making little of all the people from the Dongqing College. Similar to Yi Futian, he was in the 7th-level Dharma plane and would accept the challenge from any Dharma plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was not a cottage disciple, but only a woodcutter. The battle platform that Yu Xing had walked onto was one which allowed all types of cultivators to fight on. He did not restrict the class of cultivators that he would fight against, which meant that anyone with any type of abilities could challenge him. Looking at Yu Xing, who was standing on the platform, everyone could clearly feel the meaning of this word, supercilious. Whether it was Futian or Yuxing, these people from the cottage did not even bother about the Dongqing College at all. Just like what Qin Yu had said, cottage disciples were very arrogant. Although Yuxing claimed that he was a woodcutter from the cottage, nobody would really treat him as one. He managed to display 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall in the ancient barren world, and also took away the demonic tripod from the Yin family. Qin Yuan! Qin Yu shouted the name of a person. Immediately, a figure with an outstanding temperament walked forward and stepped onto the battle platform. Qin Yuan! The eyes of many sparkled. Qin Yuan was similarly a grandson of the king of Qin, but not Qin Yu's son. Instead, he was a son of another prince, and was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yuan cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, and was a mandate sorcerer. He had opened up 6 dragon meridians. Qin Yuan was certainly stronger than Qin Meng. It was said that among the many grandsons of the king of Qin, Qin Yuan's talents were second only to Qin Li. When Qin Yuan stepped onto the battle platform, a faint dragon totem appeared behind him. His dharma erupted and a divine dragon appeared and coiled up around him. Many golden dragons whizzed over directly and struck towards Yuxing. Yuxing looked coldly and emotionlessly at the scene before him. On his body, dark golden demonic light started to flow. Buzz! His demon-like wings appeared as he stepped forward. When the dragons reached before him, the wings behind him struck forward and turned into very sharp blades. All the invincible-looking feathers on the wings extended outwards and destroyed the incoming illusory dragons directly. This. Everyone looked at Yuxing, who was walking forward. He was simply disregarding Qin Yuan's existence, as he did not bother about Qin Yuan or his attacks at all. Yuxing's pace was not fast, but he took very large steps each time. With every step that he took, he gave everyone a violent feeling and an invisible pressure, especially for Qin Yuan. He seemed to be looking at an invincible demon which was walking towards him slowly. An even wilder aura spread from Qin Yuan's hands as he punched out into the air. Immediately, the power of martial arts and sorcery merged into one. A terrifying golden dragon charged towards the incoming Yuxing like a real dragon. Bang! Suddenly, Yuxing stomped fiercely on the ground, and even the battle platform trembled because of it. At the next moment, everyone saw a figure charging violently forward. His devil-like wings changed their shape continuously and turned into the sharpest demonic blades in the world, striking forward. In this instant, Yuxing was himself a devil. He allowed the dragon to approach him and his body went through the dragon directly. The incoming illusory dragon was destroyed. It passed through Yuxing's body and was then crushed into pieces. However, Yuxing did not stop at all. He appeared in front of Qin Yuan and reached out his hand, grabbing towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face instantly turned pale. His attacks could not even slow his opponent down. Knowing that he would surely lose, he backed away, wanting to escape. However, he clearly could not run away. Yuxing turned into a demonic shadow and in just a flash, Qin Yuan felt his arm being grabbed by an overpowering force. He was unable to break free at all. Roar! An illusory dragon bloomed out from him and dashed towards Yuxing, who was holding his arm. Yuxing did not even seem to have noticed the dragon and lifted his arm directly. Immediately, he raised Qin Yuan into the air together with the illusory dragon. Then, he smashed them down onto the ground. Bang! An extremely loud sound erupted. Everyone's heart also trembled fiercely because of the noise. The illusory dragon vanished. On the battle platform, Qin Yuan lied on the ground motionless. How dare you! The faces of those from the Qin dynasty turned totally black. They could feel that even if the hit did not kill Qin Yuan, he would still be severely injured. Just like Futian, Yuxing defeated his opponent in just one strike. However, Yuxing's attack felt even wilder and more violent. Sorry, I didn't imagine him to be so weak, Yuxing said calmly. Then, he turned around and left. Chapter 277, Murderous Intent. Chapter 277, Murderous Intent. Looking at the burly figure who was walking down the battle platform step by step, everyone could feel their hearts twitching. Yuxing was way too violent. He was actually almost a demon himself. He smashed Qin Yuan onto the ground in just one hit, causing him to lie there motionlessly. Is he really that weak? Qin Yuan was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty, a grandson of the king. Therefore, he was undoubtedly gifted. However, looking at the scene right now, he was indeed very weak. The people from the Qin dynasty stared at Yuxing's back firmly. Their faces looked as black as it could possibly get. After the 3 battles, the prestige of the Dongqing College was extinguished totally, as their members were defeated so easily. Every single battle had managed to shock everyone. At the moment, on the battle platform, Qin Yuan's body twitched as he wanted to get up. Someone from the Qin dynasty then walked up and carried him away. That smash must have broken many of his bones. Such a power was just invincible. Even Hua Shan from the college, who similarly had a very violent power, felt astonished as he watched Yuxing walk back. With such power, Yuxing was someone whom he could only look up to. Is this guy even a normal person? He was thinking that if Yuxing had entered the Arcana plane, could he alone defeat the joint attack from the 4 Dongqing College cultivators on the previous day? Woodcutter of the cottage. Even though Yuxing claimed that he was a woodcutter, his talents were certainly no weaker than Xiao Wuji. Many people sighed with emotion. The cottage was still the cottage. Anyone from it was as strong as, if not stronger than, the best geniuses of all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. After the 3 battle, the momentum of the Qin dynasty collapsed totally. Apart from anger, they also felt helpless. They could not do what Yi Futian and Yuxing had done. Such battles could not be copied. How could they possibly ask Qian Shanmu or Qin Li to challenge ordinary disciples from the college? Hence, the people from the Dongqing College actually became quiet. Nobody continued the challenge anymore. Suddenly, someone walked onto the battle platform. He was Qi Ao, an exceptionally talented genius from the Futian Sword Clan First Summit. Seeing his appearance, a strange expression appeared on the faces of many. It seemed that apart from the 2 major colleges, the other forces also did not want to miss the contest this time. Finally, the geniuses from these forces started to go onto the stage. Qi Ao stated that he would challenge the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. These 2 forces had always been mutually antagonistic. Under such a circumstance, it was thus not surprising that the Futian Sword Clan would want to challenge the Sword Saint Mountain. Very soon, the glint and flash of cold steel filled the battle platform. A sharp aura permeated the entire place, and the battle looked extremely dangerous. In the end, Qi Ao defeated a genius from the Sword Saint Mountain and emerged victorious. Then, the Dongqing College actually changed its target to the Sword Saint Mountain as well, as if it was teaming up with the Futian Sword Clan to suppress the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Together, they defeated many people from the Sword Saint Mountain. Everyone in the world knew that the Sword Saint established the Sword Saint Mountain after leaving the Book Mountain. Although he had founded his own force, he was still the eldest disciple of the cottage. Previously, when the conflict broke out outside the tripod tower of the Yin family, the Sword Saint Mountain also declared openly that it would support the cottage. Therefore, it was not unusual for the Dongqing College to target the Sword Saint Mountain. However, the fact that they did so with the Futian Sword Clan caused many to have additional thoughts. Did the Dongqing College create this false appearance deliberately? Or had the Dongqing College teamed up with the Futian Sword Clan as well? In the latter case, this new combined force would really be very powerful. The match continued. After the battles of Yi Futian and Yuxing, the Dongqing College still participated actively in the contest, but their main target had changed to the Sword Saint Mountain. Disciples from the 2 major colleges still took a part in the fight, and they each had both wins and losses. Before anyone realized it, it was already evening. The cottage disciples had already left. They planned to leave on the next day. In today's battle, the cottage had already proven certain things. The Dongqing College was jointly established by 2 top forces and it could obviously not be stopped. However, they were only bringing disgrace to themselves when they wanted to become famous by defeating the cottage. The contest on the 2nd day finally ended. Even though all the major forces did participate in the event, It was more like a competition between the two colleges in reality. The people from various forces left one after another and returned to the inns where they were staying at. After today's battles, the cottage disciple Futian became famous. However, to some people, this was definitely not a piece of good news. For example, Luo Junlin. Futian finally displayed his outstanding talents and defeated Qian Shanmu. A person like him would surely rise, and this could not be stopped at all. Luo Junlin knew clearly that once Futian became a noble, it would be the end for the Nandan nation. A person whom he thought he could easily kill in the past had already become a serious threat at the moment. Luo Junlin was in the courtyard of a particular inn, and there seemed to be something bothering him. Hishiro kept him company. Suddenly, a figure walked towards them. Seeing the incoming person, Hishiro and Luo Junlin both stood up and greeted. Senior Xia. The person was Xia Luo, a disciple of the Royal Xian Temple. He was extremely gifted and a direct disciple of the First Lord. Among the many disciples, he was quite reputed. Moreover, he was a very nice person and all the other disciples respected him a lot. The two of you are always together. When are you getting married? Xia Luo asked, smiling. Hishiro blushed slightly and said, Senior, not any time soon. Is it because Junior Luo does not want to be responsible? Xia Luo said jokingly. Luo Junlin shook his head. Senior Xia, I do want to marry her. Is there something bothering you? Xia Luo looked at Luo Junlin. Is it because of Futian? The whole Royal Xian Temple knew what happened a year ago. The resentment between Luo Junlin and Futian was not a secret. Luo Junlin did not say anything, but he did seem to have admitted it. Futian is indeed an absolute genius. He relied on the noble ritual implement today, but with the talent that he displayed, he may still be able to beat Qian Shanmu with music if they are at the same level. Furthermore, his martial arts abilities. Xia Luo sighed. These are only what we have seen. On the battle platform today, Futian did not show us everything that he has, for example, his full element talent, his life spirit, and dharma. Xia Luo's words caused Luo Junlin and Hishiro to frown firmly as they felt an immense pressure envelop them. I came here to remind Junlin, you must cultivate hard. Otherwise, in the future, should Futian really deal with your family, the Royal Xian Temple cannot participate, or else the cottage can take part as well. Xia Luo continued. Junlin, you are very talented, and there is still a chance that you may win Futian. Count this as a challenge for yourself. Today, Futian was so arrogant. In addition, there has been so much accumulated resentment between him and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. I'm sure these two forces will not let him off easily, Hishiro said. Of course, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want Futian dead. However, it is not that simple. The relationship between the different forces in the Eastern Barren Territory is very complicated. The college, the cottage, and the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely form a superpower if they team up. Even though they want to kill Futian, they will not dare to do so easily. Moreover, Futian will only become stronger as time passes. As for assassination, if it really happens, the people from the cottage are also not fools and they will definitely know the culprit. Xia Luo said emotionlessly. Therefore, the only way is for you to cultivate harder and try to always be ahead of Futian, although this is very difficult. Senior, thank you for the reminder. Luo Junlin nodded. Don't have too much pressure as well. Rest early. Xia Luo smiled and nodded, after which he left the place. After Xia Luo left, Hishiro's eyes sparkled and she said softly, Junlin, with Futian's talents, it will be increasingly difficult to kill him in the future. Shiro, what do you want to do? Luo Junlin stared at Hishiro. Hishiro smiled gently. She clung tightly onto Luo Junlin and kissed his lips. Smiling, she said, the senior is right. If someone really assassinates Futian, with the current resentment between him and the two forces, they will naturally be suspected. Luo Junlin's eyes sparkled as he stared at Hishiro. Holding her cheeks with his hands, he shook his head and said, Don't risk that for me. Even if I die, I don't want anything to happen to you. Fool, why would anything happen to me? Hishiro's look was extremely gentle. This was the man that she loved, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Why was Gu Donglu from the cottage so domineering? It was so that the people in the world would not dare to touch anyone from the cottage. Assassinating a cottage disciple was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Both Luo Junlin and Hishiro knew well that if the truth was found out, even the royal Xian temple would not be able to protect them. Their only ending would be death. However, many times a woman would do something at all costs and even risk her life, for example, for her loved one. Of course, Hishiro would not carry out the assassination herself. That would be playing with fire. However, as luck would have it, she knew a suitable person. Perhaps she already had such a thought long ago. When she first met with that person, she had thought of assassination. Therefore, she had been hiding him all the time and had not really used him yet. Now, she finally had the chance to use him. Furthermore, with his loyalty, she believed that nobody would suspect her. Yi Futian, of course, did not know that Hishiro intended to kill him. At the moment, he was cultivating in the inn. On the next day, they would leave the place, because it would be meaningless to continue staying. In today's battle, it was already sufficient for him to defeat Qian Shanmu. Although he could have done more, it was ultimately a bad thing for him to display his outstanding talents. After all, his level was too low. Even the third brother had such a worry. Because of this, the cottage had been maintaining its domineering attitude all along. Futian. Yi Futian heard a familiar voice. Lu Feiyang, Lu Qinyu, and Yi Wuqian came to his place. Hello, Yi Futian said, smiling. He had already told them that he would leave the next day. It was uncertain when they would next meet. Hi, but I have some bad news for you, Lu Feiyang said. What is it? Yi Futian asked. It's about Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he questioned further. What happened to her? Not long ago, I heard someone saying that at first, Hua Jieyu wanted to come to Chaoga this time. However, she ended up in a conflict with the Virgin of the Moon clan and did not come in the end, Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian frowned. He had been puzzled as to why Jieyu did not come to Chaoga even though she knew that he would be here. It turned out that there was actually really a reason. In addition, when she asked her senior to pass the message to Yi Futian, she deliberately did not mention the exact reason. Maybe it was because she did not want him to worry too much. Chapter 278, Sacrificial Lamb. Chapter 278, Sacrificial Lamb. Notwithstanding the deliberate deceit, Yi Futian could feel that the senior of Jieyu meant no harm. Hence, Jieyu's situation should not be too worrying after all. Perhaps there had been some conflicts between her and Chu Yaoyao only. Thinking about this, Yi Futian seemed to start pondering about something. Then, he said, How about we ask the ladies from the Moon clan out and have a chat? With a faint smile on his face, Lu Feiyang looked at Yi Futian and said, We're fine with it, as long as you are not worried that Jieyu will be unhappy after knowing it. Ha! Yi Futian glanced at Lu Feiyang with a disgusted look. Was he even the like of man who was afraid of his girlfriend? Obviously not. Let's go. We'll talk on the way, Yi Futian said, holding his head high. It seemed that he had to prove his status in the relationship. Lu Qinyu glanced at Yi Futian in repugnance. Nice acting. We all know you too well. Oh yeah, Qinyu, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo have already married each other. When will you two do the same? Yi Futian turned his head around and looked at Lu Qinyu. Her contemptuous stare froze as she looked at Yi Futian, stunned. His thinking is way too nonlinear. It's none of your business, Lu Qinyu said, widening her eyes at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Lu Qinyu also seemed to realize that she had spoken something misleading. Then Yi Futian stared at her, smiling, and said in a gentle tone, I see. You two can discuss this. Just remember to inform me about it by then. As he spoke, the group walked out of the inn. The night sky today was somewhat dark, as no stars could be seen. However, Chaoga City was extremely lively at the moment, and the streets were all lit with lights. Just when Yi Futian left the inn, at a corner of the street, a lazy-looking figure stood up slowly and walked forward. Before this, he was still trying to figure out how to get close to Yi Futian. In the worst-case scenario, he could only find a reason to enter the inn. However, he knew that in that case, he would definitely die after going in. Nevertheless, God seemed to be helping him as well, and Yi Futian walked out from the inn himself. The group walked and chatted. Since Yi Futian was with Yi Wuchen and Lu Qingyu, he naturally seemed to be at ease. However, along the way, Yi Futian suddenly stopped. "What is it?" Lu Feiyang asked. "I sense a murderous aura. Let's pretend to go back." Yi Futian kept his voice low. Then, he said, "I almost forgot to bring something important. Let's go back to the inn and come out again." The looks of Lu Feiyang and the rest all changed slightly. Then, they cooperated with Yi Futian and said, "All right, let's go back first to take that." They did not look around unnecessarily. Since Yi Futian had sensed a murderous aura, it was very likely that someone wanted to attack them. At this time, they would certainly not be so foolish to deliberately alert or find the opposite party. Yi Futian's decision was undoubtedly the most correct one. He wanted to go back to the inn without alarming the opposite party. The seniors from the college and the cottage were in the inn. There, it would be impossible for the opposite party to do anything. In the darkness, the figure frowned. Had he been discovered already? Hu Tong was not a professional assassin. However, he owed the daughter of the fifth lord of the royal Xian temple his life until the very moment. Since it was an order from Ms. He, even though he knew that he would probably die, he still came without any hesitation. He knew that today, he needed to kill an extremely important person. Although the person's level was not high, indeed much lower than himself, nobody in the Eastern Barren territory dared to kill the person easily. Since Ms. He had asked him to do so, he had no other choice. "Can't let him return to the inn," Hu Tong thought to himself, after which he walked out of the darkness. Perhaps he had not been discovered yet, and perhaps Yi Futian would really come out again. The further Yi Futian was from the inn, the more likely he would survive. However, he could not take the risk. This was an opportunity which he could not miss. Yi Futian and his group sped up, and Hu Tong similarly increased his speed. He charged towards Yi Futian and his group from the side. A powerful gravity spell enveloped the space, pressuring Yi Futian and his team. Almost at the same instant, a figure jumped into the air. Hu Tong drew his sword, and the dazzling, silvery glint of the sword illuminated his face. He did not cover his face. To the top forces from the Eastern Barren territory, he was merely an insignificant person. Nobody would recognize him. He came here to assassinate. If he did cover his face, he would be showing everyone else that he was an assassin. However, unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Although he was not professional, who exactly was so sensitive? Prison. He cast an earth elemental spell. Immediately, the mighty earth elemental spiritual chi around Yi Wuchen raged and then turned into a prison, directly sealing the space which he was in. An extremely bright, silvery blade of light struck down but did not cut the prison open. Hu Tong's level was the upper arcana plane. An endless amount of earth elemental spiritual chi raged in the vast space and turned into an enormous space prison, blocking the path in front of Yi Futian and sealing the space entirely. He charged towards Yi Futian directly. At this moment, everyone realized that he was going for Yi Futian. Hu Tong's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, his hands danced and many spells flew out. Earth dragons whizzed towards everyone one after another, while a powerful gravity spell pressured the space, causing everyone's actions to slow down. Hu Tong knew clearly that he did not have much time. The place they were at was very near to the inn Yi Futian was staying at, as they had just come out for a short while. He had to kill Yi Futian quickly. Countless vines swept out. This wood elemental spell bloomed wildly in the air. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qingyu glanced at each other, and immediately knew the intention of the other. The two cooperated, and in just a flash, the space was filled with vines. In the next instant, flames started to burn and ignited the vines directly. Right away, The entire space was filled with fire and became very blurry. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qingyu knew that they could not stop the assassin directly. Therefore, they could only use such a method to slow him down. "Run, quick!" Lu Feiyang roared. Yu Sheng had already approached the spell prison in front. Following an angry roar, he turned into a demon and a terrifying illusory devil appeared behind him. The giant demonic tripod appeared in Yu Sheng's hands and he smacked it forward. Accompanied by a loud bang, a hole appeared in the prison. "Go!" Yu Sheng shouted. Yi Futian knew that it was not the time to be polite. He was the target of the assassin. Thus, if he was to run, the opposite party would not have the time to deal with the rest. On the other hand, if he chose to stay, the others would instead be in greater danger. The wings of the rock appeared, and a wind elemental spell enveloped his body. Even though he was under the gravity spell, his speed was still very fast as he charged towards the hole in the prison. However, suddenly, an appalling sandstorm engulfed the entire space and blew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian released his Dharma, a monstrous ape with a pair of brilliant wings. With the 5-element rod in its hand, its body span and struck forward fiercely, splitting the storm apart. Then, he continued to move. However, the endless, frightening sandstorm swept across his body directly and stuck onto him. Then, Yi Futian realized that he was bound to the void. At the next moment, many brown spears emerged from the storm and pierced towards his body. Suddenly, Yu Sheng's burly body blocked in front of Yi Futian again. He had turned into a real, majestic devil and raised the demonic tripod above his head. The violent power slammed into the demonic tripod wildly, forcing Yu Sheng downwards. Hu Tong bypassed him directly and charged towards Yi Futian. He did not have much time left. Seeing the incoming Hu Tong with his spear, Yi Futian activated the imperial tactics in his body. Instantly, a shocking emperor will burst out from his body. His power seemed to have become stronger, and even the blood in his body felt like it was burning. The sun and the moon Dharma appeared. They turned into the power of yin and yang and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong could only feel a terrifying will charging into his mind, as if he was facing an all-powerful emperor. He was astounded by this. Who exactly was the person whom he was trying to kill? Bang! Yi Futian broke free from the binding, but Hu Tong's attack had already arrived. An extreme power erupted from Yi Futian's body. Following a loud roar, the divine ape came to the world and the howls of dragon filled the heavens. The rock extended its wings and divine phenomena appeared in the sky. The monstrous divine ape struck out with the 5-element rod in its hand, colliding with Hu Tong's spear. With a loud bang, the incoming spear was crushed, and Yi Futian's 5-element rod hit onto Hu Tong's body. However, Hu Tong's palm continued forward and a horrifying palm print engulfed Yi Futian, eventually slapping onto his body. Accompanied by 2 loud bangs, Yi Futian was blown backward, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Hu Tong similarly spat much blood and only felt, to his astonishment, that even his organs were rolling about. Did a Dharma plane cultivator actually just injure him? This was really incredible. Just as he was thinking, Yu Sheng fell from the sky and smashed towards at him with the demonic tripod, as if he was a demon himself. Yi Wuchen similarly struck at him with his sharp sword. Around them, more and more people started to move closer. Hu Tong's face became as white as a sheet. He knew that he had failed. He no longer had any chance to kill Yi Futian. The strike just now was his best opportunity. Bang! Hu Tong slapped out his palms and 2 huge palm prints flew out, charging violently towards the incoming figures. A strong force caused him to be blown backward, and with this, he turned around, wanting to escape. However, suddenly, many ancient pages flew towards him from the distance. The ancient pages penetrated across space and arrived from afar. Then, they turned into spells and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong's face turned pale. After blocking the spells, he turned around. Immediately, he saw a figure walking towards him in the air and staring at him with an extremely cold look. Shui Yi had arrived. "Who sent you here?" Shui Yi usually liked to joke around, but at the moment his eyes were only filled with a cold, murderous look, as if he was from the netherworld. There was actually a person who tried to assassinate a cottage disciple. This was sufficient to make him feel cold throughout his body. He did not know who the person in front was. Since he dared to assassinate a cottage disciple, he was definitely sent here by someone. Hu Tong glanced at Shui Yi. He obviously knew what would happen to him. A dreary smile flashed across his eyes. Then, he raised his palm and, under the astonished stares of everyone, slapped towards his own head. With a loud bang, blood sprayed into the air. Even the injured Yi Futian was shocked when he saw the scene. Hu Tong was actually so cruel to himself. This person who tried to assassinate him did not plan to go back alive in the first place. Chapter 279, Storm is Brewing. Chapter 279, Storm is Brewing. Shui Yi looked at the fallen corpse whose face was already badly mutilated. His expression was extremely gloomy. He actually chose this kind of method to keep the secret. Many people had already gathered around them, and all realized that the person who was assaulted was actually Yi Futian. Someone wanted to assassinate a cottage disciple. This caused many people to feel somewhat frightened. They all understood that the matter was really serious. That time at the Qin Imperial Palace, some people oppressed Yi Futian and Yu Xing, and injured Yu Xing. Because of this, a noble from the Donghua clan was permanently disabled. On the other hand, the nature of the event at the moment was clearly much more serious. This was an attempted assassination. In the first place, the person wanted Yi Futian dead. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, the severity of the matter would not change. If this was instructed by another top force, there would definitely be a great bloodshed. Many people could not help thinking about the event that happened earlier in the day. Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu, and then knocked out Qin Mang from the Qin dynasty in just one blow, causing the Dongqing College to lose much face. Could it be that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan planned this assassination? These two forces were obviously highly suspicious. However, in such a situation, if someone wanted to kill Yi Futian, the cottage would surely suspect the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan first. Therefore, why would these two forces take such a risk? Could it be that they wanted to start a war? Or perhaps another force was trying to create a storm secretly and cause a war between the cottage and the two forces? How would the cottage and the college handle this? Many people flashed towards Yi Futian. Yi Shaoshi and the people from the college were here as well. Seeing the scene, their faces all turned cold. Yi Shaoshi approached Yi Futian and asked, "Are you injured?" "No big deal." Yi Futian shook his head. He could still stand up. It was indeed a narrow squeak just now. Fortunately, he had come out with a few others. Otherwise, if he was alone, he might really die in the assault from an Upper Arcana Plane cultivator. Who exactly wanted to kill him? The atmosphere was extremely tense. The mountain elders from the college, Zhu Qing and Zhong Su, had arrived as well. Walking in front of Shui Yi, Zhu Qing asked, "What happened?" "The little brother encountered an assassination attempt," Shui Yi said in a gloomy voice. After he finished speaking, he neared Yi Futian. At the moment, Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen were all gathered around him, and an extremely cold, murderous aura was being emitted from them. "Any clue?" Shui Yi asked. Yi Futian shook his head. "It's a sorcerer who is skilled in earth elemental abilities. He cultivates martial arts as well and is in the Upper Arcana Plane. Shortly after we left the inn, I felt some murderous intent hiding in the darkness. He had been waiting outside." "Who do you suspect the most?" Shui Yi asked. Yi Futian pondered for a while, after which he shook his head. Without further clues, nobody would know who planned the assassination. The Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the Yin family all had reasons to kill him. Maybe it was even planned by someone who wanted to deliberately incite conflicts. It was even possible that the royal Xian temple did this, as Luo Junlin and he were implacable enemies. With Luo Junlin's level, he would probably not be able to send an assassin like this, unless a noble gave the order. However, the nobles from the royal Xian temple had no reasons to do so. Nevertheless, Luo Junlin's girlfriend had an extraordinary status. Therefore this possibility could not be ruled out completely. It was thus very difficult to find out who gave the order of assassination just by guessing. "Let's go back to the inn first," Chu Qing said. Shui Yi nodded, and then they brought the corpse of the sacrificial lamb back to the inn. An invisible pressure spread across Chaoga City. Soon, all the forces received the news that Yi Futian encountered an assassination. At once, everyone had a feeling that although the Eastern Barren Territory had been in peace for many years, a huge storm was brewing at the moment. A cottage disciple encountered an assassination attempt. It was still unclear who did this, but there was certainly someone from a top force behind the curtain. Ordinary forces would not dare to do this. Furthermore, ordinary forces also did not have any reasons to do so. Apart from people from the top forces, Yi Futian did not seem to have offended anyone else. The only exception was the Yin family, which was also a subsidiary of the Qin dynasty. After receiving the news, the warlock Gu Jiqiu and the witch Gu Biue from the witch clan both felt puzzled. Were the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan really so crazy? The people from the Fuyun sword clan all appeared to be looking on. They actually wished that the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan, so that they could watch a nice show. Many members of the Moon clan were very surprised that Yi Futian actually encountered an assassination attempt. If Hua Jieyu knew about this, she would surely be very worried. On the other hand, Chu Yaoyao was somewhat puzzled. Was it really done by the Qin dynasty? When the news reached the Royal Xian Temple, its members also watched the event in anticipation. Obviously, they did not give the order. At the moment, many disciples of the Royal Xian Temple were gathered together, discussing the event. Hishiro tried her best to control her emotions. Then, she returned to her residence alone and her face turned pale. Did it fail? The assassination attempt actually failed. Furthermore, in such a short time the event had already caused a great disturbance. It was obvious that Chaoga City would certainly not be peaceful in the next period of time. Would she be suspected? She believed it would not. Although Hu Tong was loyal to her, he had been hiding in darkness all along. Nobody would notice such a person, as Chaoga City was filled with Arcana Plane cultivators. Moreover, she had given the order secretly. Most importantly, Hu Tong was already dead. A dead person would clearly keep the secret. In addition, Hu Tong was not a citizen of Chaoga City in the first place. Nobody would know him. The only loophole was actually in the Royal Xian Temple because Xia Luo might be able to guess something. However, even if he really suspected her, he would never betray the Royal Xian Temple, for he should know the severity of the issue. Thinking about this, Hishiro's look slowly turned firm again. Dead men tell no tales. She just had to act normally. Following Hu Tong's death, this secret would be buried underground forever. Just let the cottage and the Qin dynasty fight against each other. This night, many people in Chaoga City could not sleep. Many disciples of the college departed from the inn in search of evidence. The people from all the top forces realized that they were being watched closely. This was very rude, but nobody said anything. The attempted assassination of a cottage disciple was surely planned by a top force. Therefore, although the various forces were unhappy that their actions were being closely watched, they could not say anything. Nobody would offend the college at this time for such a reason. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were very quiet, so quiet that it was actually tense. They knew well that the cottage would probably suspect them first for the attempted assassination of Yi Futian. Under such a circumstance, a war would easily break out if they were not careful. Chaoga City spent the night in this tense atmosphere. On the next day, the whole city was filled with discussions about Yi Futian's encounter. In the Dongqin College, many people were gathered around the battle platforms. The contest would be held as usual today. The Dongqin College would be admitting disciples for 3 months continuously. Even if some of the top forces were not present, the battle would still continue. However, the atmosphere at the moment was clearly somewhat different. On the last 2 days, the place was filled with enthusiasm. However, now an invisible pressure seemed to be engulfing the Dongqin College. The people from various top forces arrived gradually. Qin Yu walked onto the battle platform and was about to announce the start of the contest. However, suddenly, a group of cultivators flew over from afar. Immediately, countless people stared in that direction. These people were from the college. The group was led by the two mountain elders Zhong Su and Zhu Qing. With a cold face, they flew to the battle platform directly. Qin Yu similarly stared at the sky. Then, he saw Zhong Su and Zhu Qing land on the battle platform directly. Zhu Qing asked Qin Yu, "Does the Qin dynasty not plan to provide an explanation?" Qin Yu frowned and said to Zhu Qing, "The Qin dynasty is also very surprised by what happened last night. If you need, we will try our best to cooperate. That's all?" Zhu Qing's face was cold. "Mountain Elder Zhu Qing, what do you want then?" Qin Yu frowned. "This is Chaoga City, owned by the Qin dynasty. The college came because of your invitation," Zhu Qing said coldly. "Do you think that the Qin dynasty is so foolish, and we will do such a thing in our own territory?" Qin Yu said. "Nothing is impossible." Zhu Qing turned around and looked at everyone else. "I'm sure that all of you know what happened last night. Next, I hope that all the people from the top forces in Chaoga City will stay to help us in the investigation until the culprit is found out. I mean every single person." Zhu Qing's expression was very stern. The entire place turned silent. The college was really overbearing. They were not allowing anyone from the top forces to leave Chaoga City. "Isn't this too much?" someone from the Futian sword clan said suddenly. "Why did they have to stay back and cooperate? After we find out the culprit, the college will go to your places to thank you and apologize. I hope that everyone can understand us," Zhu Qing continued. Many people sighed in their hearts. Since Zhu Qing had said so, it was indeed understandable. After the culprit had been found, they would apologize personally. This meant that they would not stop until they found the culprit. "The Sword Saint Mountain will fully cooperate with the college." At the moment, the people from the Sword Saint Mountain made their position. Many people cursed in their minds. The Sword Saint Mountain was related to the cottage in the first place, so of course, they would cooperate. "The Lu Kingdom will also cooperate. I do not wish this kind of thing to happen to anyone," someone from the Lu Kingdom said as well. If assassinations were to happen frequently, the Eastern Barren Territory would be in a mess. In the future, if everyone could do this, all the talented juniors from various forces would be assassinated. This issue must, therefore, be handled seriously. Everyone could imagine the determination of the college. This storm would probably not end anytime soon. "Thank you for your understanding," Zhu Qing said. Then, she turned and looked at Qin Yu. "If we cannot find the culprit for too long, the college will take it that the Qin dynasty did this. Bye." After speaking, they ascended into the air directly and left. "You!" Qin Yu stared at the back of Zhu Qing, who was already in the sky, and his face seemed very annoyed. If they could not find the real culprit, they would assume that the Qin dynasty did this. Many people were shocked. Since the assassination happened in Chaoga City, which was the Qin dynasty's territory, the college would put the blame on the Qin dynasty if they could not find the culprit. This was the college's attitude. Among the crowd, where the people from the Royal Xian Temple were at, Luo Junlin clenched his fists. His heart was filled with some fear. He clearly knew who the culprit was. Although the order was given secretly, the determination of the college still caused him to feel frightened. Chapter 280, Second Sister Down the Mountain. Chapter 280, Second Sister Down the Mountain. The contest in the Dongqing College continued as usual. However, nobody was in the mood anymore, and the atmosphere in the last 2 days had totally vanished. Furthermore, the college and the cottage no longer participated. It was as if the momentum of the contest held by the Dongqing College was completely destroyed because of the attempted assassination of Yi Futian. Many people could not help thinking about the events that happened recently. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were allied through marriage, and the Dongqing College officially opened. Lu Nantian challenged Gu Donglu. Many grand events were held in Chaoga City. For a while, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan looked very glorious. However, Gu Donglu defeated Lu Nantian, while Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu. During the contest, the college and the cottage attracted the attention of Chaoga City again. At the moment, everyone in Chaoga City was guessing who exactly planned Yi Futian's assassination. Could the truth be found out? If not, the college would assume that the Qing dynasty did this. In that case, would these two top forces start a war? The atmosphere in Chaoga City remained tense. It was said that the disciples of the top forces were not just being watched closely. Moreover, the college even started to investigate the people whom they had contact with. Immediately, Chaoga City was filled with panic. Many top forces were very unhappy about this, and some even made criticisms openly. However, the college did not bother about these. Their only aim at the moment was to find the culprit. Of course, while the people from the top forces were unhappy about it, they did not allow any of their disciples to leave. How could they not take into account the college's attitude? They did not plan the assassination in the first place. If they really left, the college would certainly suspect them. The people from various forces could clearly see the determination of the college. As for Hishiro, she did not dare to leave even more. She was clearly not so foolish as to actively make the college notice her. Another day passed. According to someone, the people from the college had been going down the mountain one after another, and many had already arrived at Chaoga City. In the inn where the cottage disciples were at, a pretty figure walked over quietly. She seemed as light as a fairy and was wearing a white shirt and a long dress. Her black hair fell gently behind her back like a waterfall. When she walked, her steps were very light, as if she did not have any weight. Sister. When Shui Yi saw the charming figure coming towards them, he was stunned for a while. The person who had come was the second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. She turned her eyes and looked at Shui Yi. Seeing her smiley expression, Shui Yi lowered his head slightly. After we go back to the cottage, you will copy books for a year and will not be able to leave the mountain. Zhuge Hui's voice was very light and gentle. Shui Yi gave a bitter smile and nodded miserably. Of course, he knew why the sister was angry. After the third brother went back to the cottage, he was the eldest person from the cottage here. The little brother experienced such a thing and was almost killed. As a senior, he was of course responsible. Sister. Second sister. Yi Xiaoshi and Yi Futian also walked over and were both surprised by the arrival of the second sister. Yi Xiaoshi was particularly shocked. Since he entered the cottage, the second sister had never left the mountain. This was the first time. Little brother, how's your injury? Zhuge Hui walked forward and looked at Yi Futian. Sister, it's no big deal. Moreover, even if I am injured, I will recover when I see you, Yi Futian said, smiling. This incident has nothing to do with the fourth brother. Sister, don't blame him. You little one, Zhuge Hui said. He was with you, and yet such a thing happened to you. It's already a light punishment to forbid him from leaving the mountain for a year. Now, do you have any idea as to what happened? No. Yi Futian shook his head. I have caused you to worry. Xiaoshi, tell me what has happened these few days, Zhuge Hui said, looking at Yi Xiaoshi. Then, she walked to the side and sat down. The other few disciples of the cottage all stayed beside her obediently. The commanding nature of the second sister was very obvious. In the cottage, she could decide on everything. At the moment, it was the first time that she really went down the mountain. Yi Xiaoshi told her about the things that had happened, including the response from the college. After he finished speaking, the mountain elders Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu from the college also came to the place. They had just found out that the second disciple of the cottage had come. The first and the third disciples of the cottage had both become famous after a battle. However, there was still a female disciple whose seniority was between them. Nobody knew her well. Even the people from the college, which was also on the Book Mountain, did not know who exactly the second disciple of the cottage was. They only knew that there was such a person, and her name was Zhuge Hui. There were no legends about her in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, because of Yi Futian's attempted assassination this time, the second disciple of the cottage went down the mountain instead of Gu Donglu. Nobody dared to look down on her. The cottage had long proven to the people in the world that they had to treat every single cottage disciple seriously. Therefore, when the second disciple, who was ranked even higher than Gu Donglu, went down the mountain, nobody dared to overlook her. Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu came and stared at Zhuge Hui. The second disciple of the cottage was not only a female but also so beautiful. Zhuge Hui glanced at Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Second sister, this is Mountain Elder Zhu Qing," Shui Yi said. "This is my second sister," Shui Yi said to Zhu Qing as well. His words caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Is this the first time the Mountain Elder of the college and the sister meet? He actually introduced them to each other. He would believe that the people from the college had never stepped into the cottage. However, had the second sister never gone down the mountain before? Otherwise, with the second sister's look and status, she would definitely have attracted much attention. He looked at Yi Shaoshi, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yi Shaoshi seemed to have understood his doubt and said softly, "Since I entered the cottage, this is the first time I have seen the second sister go down the mountain." Hearing Yi Shaoshi's words, Yi Futian felt somewhat warm. The second sister had actually never left the cottage before. This time, she did so for the first time, all for him. "Mountain Elder, do you think we can find the culprit with what you have done?" Zhuge Hui asked, smiling. She was very direct and did not disguise her meaning at all. Zhu Qing was not angry either. Although she was more senior, in reality when she watched the battle between Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian, she already knew that Gu Donglu was stronger than her. Cottage disciples could not really be treated like ordinary juniors. Furthermore, the cottage disciple before her was even more senior than Gu Donglu. "Very unlikely," Zhu Qing replied directly. "If the assassin was still alive, everything would be much simpler." However, the person who tried to assassinate Yi Futian was already dead, and he even crushed his own head and was highly mutilated. He was so cruel to himself precisely because he did not want to leave any clues to them. In addition, Chaoga City was not their territory. Although they had made all the top forces stay, they were still being held back. Clearly, they could not investigate all the top forces one by one. In that case, they would offend the entire Eastern Barren territory. "Mountain Elder, with such a mild approach, of course, it is very unlikely," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled. Was her approach too mild? Making all the people from the top forces worried and stay back was already everything that the college could do. Was this considered as too mild as well? "However, you did one thing correctly. If we cannot find the culprit, we will take it that the Qin dynasty did it," Zhuge Hui continued. "Since it happened in Chaoga City, and we were invited by the Qin dynasty to come here, they have to be responsible. But you were so gentle to the Qin dynasty. Do you expect them to cooperate?" Zhu Qing's eyes flashed, and she asked, "What do you think we should do then? My little brother encountered an assassination in Chaoga City, and yet the contest in the Dongqing College is still being held." "Are they joking?" the second sister said, smiling. Zhu Qing's eyes glittered. Then, she felt an incredible spiritual will being released from Zhuge Hui and fill the entire place. "Sister." The eyes of everyone present sparkled as they gazed at the second sister. At the moment, she was enveloped by a beam of dazzling light, and shocked everyone with her appalling spiritual will. Many beams of spiritual will turned into illusory figures and charged out of her body. Immediately, the sky was filled with many figures which all looked like Zhuge Hui. Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu gazed at Zhuge Hui. They could feel more clearly how strong her spiritual will was. "Brothers, wait for a while," Zhuge Hui said, smiling, after which she closed her eyes. In the next instant, the many illusory figures in the sky charged out and flew away into the distance. Yi Futian was very shocked. The second sister was sitting quietly there with her eyes closed, but a sacred light was being emitted from her body as if she was a goddess who had come to the mortal world. Outside the Dongqing College, the contest was still being held. Although many people, especially those from the top forces, were not in the mood, it was still a grand event for Chaoga City and many people who wanted to join the Dongqing College. Suddenly, A whizzing sound was heard from the sky. A strong spiritual might fell. At the next moment, everyone saw a group of people flying over. They ignored the ongoing contest and appeared in the sky above everyone directly. All the people lifted their heads and saw many charming figures appear in the sky. Moreover, they were the same person. She was like a goddess who had come to the mortal world and was extremely beautiful. Nobody knew her. The people from the Qin dynasty frowned. It was somewhat rude for her to appear directly in the sky in such a situation. The people from various top forces were also curious. Who was this person? Suddenly, the figures turned into many brilliant streamers and shot downwards like meteors. Qin Yu seemed to have realized something. He gave a cold humph and said, "How dare you?" Just as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. Apart from him, many cultivators from the Dongqing College also stepped forward simultaneously. However, they were still too slow. At the moment, the 4 battle platforms were all occupied. The people on the platforms raised their heads and looked at the incoming streamers in astonishment. The charming figures were falling down like meteors. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud noises erupted as the people on the battle platforms were blown backward directly. Then, the platforms were crushed to pieces. Many nobles arrived at the place and looked coldly at the destroyed platforms. Bang! Following another loud noise, Qin Yu turned around only to see the gates of the Dongqing College being destroyed directly. In this instant, the faces of everyone from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan turned extremely cold. They stared at the figure in the sky. At the moment, there was only one person there standing proudly like a fairy. All the people from the top forces were astounded. Who was this lady? Who are you? Qin Yu asked in a very cold tone. The contest of the Dongqing College ends here. Within 7 days, if you cannot find the culprit behind my little brother's attempted assassination, the cottage will take over Chaoga City. By then, the Dongqing College will of course no longer need to exist. After she finished speaking, she dissipated in the air. At this instant, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. Chapter 281, Hishiro. Chapter 281. Hishiro. In the vast space outside the Dongqing College, the crowd was instantly stirred up. Those arrogant words made them feel like even their heads were going to explode. If Futian's assassination could not be investigated clearly within 7 days, the cottage would take over Chaoga City, and the Dongqing College would no longer need to exist. Is she mad? Cottage and little brother. Many people were extremely shocked. The identity of the fairy-like lady was already blatantly obvious. The eldest disciple of the cottage was the Sword Saint. The third disciple Gu Donglu, fourth disciple Shuiyi, and fifth disciple Luo Fan had already gone down the mountain one after another. The identity of the person who had just appeared was clear. The second disciple of the cottage had come down from the Book Mountain. The eldest disciple of the cottage went down the mountain to challenge the Futian Sword Clan, while the third disciple went down the mountain to eliminate a top-tier force. Now, the second disciple had come down as well. With just a few sentences, she made everyone remember her. The cottage was still the cottage, and nothing had changed. Furthermore, this time, not only was she overbearing, but she was also beautiful. Of course, everyone knew what Zhugehui meant. Futian encountered the incident in Chaoga City, so clearly the Qin dynasty had to be responsible. This was the Qin dynasty's territory, and the cottage was invited here to participate in the grand events held by the Qin dynasty. Her little brother was almost assassinated, and the Qin dynasty was still holding the contest here. Did they even bother about the incident? Did they bother about the cottage? At the moment, the assassin was already dead. If there was even someone who could find the culprit, it had to be the Qin dynasty. If they could not, the cottage would take over Chaoga City to continue the investigation. Such a domineering attitude meant that if the culprit behind Futian's assassination was not found, the cottage would turn Chaoga City upside down. The words from the second disciple represented the will and determination of the cottage. Nobody could assassinate a cottage disciple. The culprit behind the incident this time must be caught at all costs. Otherwise, it might happen again in the future. The charming figure had already vanished, but everyone was still gazing at the sky. They knew that it was not her real body but rather made from spiritual will. This was certainly a very astonishing method. Before she even arrived, her will already reached the Qin dynasty and said those words. The cottage was thus both hated and respected by everyone. However, in the depth of their hearts, everyone hoped that they could cultivate in such a place. "Why don't I have a senior like this?" Lu Feiyang said, sounding depressed. "Qingyu, do you think I should ask you, Futian, if the cottage is still admitting disciples?" Lu Qingyu rolled her eyes at Lu Feiyang and said with total contempt, "You! Forget about it. What kind of place was the cottage? Till now, there were only 8 disciples." "Hey, what's that look?" Lu Feiyang said, noticing the contemptuous look from his sister. "Is she even my real sister?" Among the crowd from the Moon clan, Chu Yaoyao seemed very lost. By looking at appearance alone, she, as the virgin of the Moon clan, was naturally as good as the lady that had just appeared. However, the lady was the second disciple of the cottage. Her arrival was sufficient to make everyone else pale into insignificance. Chu Yaoyao could imagine that if she, the virgin of the Moon clan, was beside the second disciple of the cottage, her aura would be destroyed instantly. An intense desire filled the eyes of Chu Yaoyao. Every lady would hope that her power would match her appearance. Only then could she be called unparalleled. She was Yi Futian Sr., and she came for Yi Futian. In the direction where the people from the royal Xian temple were at, Hishiro's body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. She lowered her head gently, not wanting the others to notice her state of mind. She had always been very confident about the plan. Whether it succeeded or failed, she believed that nobody would suspect her. That was because everything was carried out secretly. Nobody here knew Hu Tong's real identity. To the various top forces, he was only an insignificant figure. However, at the moment, Hishiro was somewhat shaken. She knew well that as long as something was done, there would surely be traces left behind, and there would be loopholes. The crucial thing was whether they had the abilities and determination to find out. The arrival of the second disciple of the cottage made her see this determination. She suddenly realized that she was not as confident as she once thought. At the moment, she was somewhat scared. Was there really something that could remain hidden forever? After their astonishment, everyone looked at the group from the Dongqing College and stared at Qin Yu. The second disciple of the cottage was so overbearing. What would the Qin dynasty do? Zhuge Hui straightforwardly announced that the contest in the Dongqing College would end right now. Obviously, she was unhappy about the Qin dynasty's attitude. Qin Yu stood there and was very quiet as if he was thinking. After a while, he scanned everyone and said, "She's right. The Qin dynasty is indeed responsible that such a thing happened in Chaoga City. Hence, we will cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit. After 7 days, the contest will resume." After speaking, Qin Yu turned around and left. The entire place was stirred up once again. Did Qin Yu, the prince of the Qin dynasty, actually compromise? This was really crazy. Was Qin Yu afraid of the second disciple of the cottage that just appeared? Although the second disciple of the cottage had come here for a just reason, the opposite party was the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan after all. Qin Yu's compromise was still very unexpected and puzzling. This did not seem like the Qin dynasty's style at all. The two top forces allied and established the Dongqing College together in order to fight against the college and the cottage. Therefore, the compromise this time would make them look weaker in comparison. At the moment, Qin Yu was walking towards the interior of the Dongqing College. The people from the Dongqing College were also staring at him. They were extremely unhappy, but since Qin Yu had said so, the contest could only end. Everyone stepped out one after another and walked towards the Dongqing College. When Qin Yu reached the gates of the Dongqing College, he suddenly stopped. The destroyed gates were particularly glaring. Looking at the scene in front of him, a mocking smile flashed across his face. Then, he continued walking and stepped into the Dongqing College. Chaoga City was shocked by the words of Zhuge Hui. Countless people started discussing the second disciple of the cottage. For a while, Shugavui became the spotlight of Chaoga City. Everyone was guessing how strong the second disciple of the cottage was. From her words, she should be no weaker than the third disciple, Gu Donglu. When the news spread to the inn, Shuiyi sighed with emotion. Even after leaving the mountain, the sister was still so fierce. However, it was the Qin dynasty who faced her this time. After hearing the news, Mountain Elder Zhu Qing was stunned for a long while and sighed uncontrollably. Later waves are stronger and higher than the former. At the moment, the world was already dominated by the younger generation. She thought that her actions were already sufficiently overbearing. However, when the second disciple of the cottage came from the mountain, her mere few words already made Zhu Qing speechless. In comparison, her response was indeed too mild. Chaoga City became tenser because of Zhuge Hui's words. The Qin dynasty also started to investigate the incident. They even started asking the various top forces where all their disciples had been and whom they had had contact with on the day of the assassination attempt. Of course, all the investigations were being carried out secretly, and not openly. Otherwise, it would cause all the top forces to lose their faces. Moreover, everyone saw the entire event. Although the Qin dynasty was investigating and the top forces were unhappy about it, they could not blame the Qin dynasty. Everyone saw the domineering attitude of the cottage for themselves. Apart from the Qin dynasty, the college was also busy carrying out the investigation. An invisible pressure engulfed the entire Chaoga City, especially the region around the Dongqin College. Very soon, another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the contest in the Dongqin College was cancelled, but the people from the top forces could not leave, and they were very unhappy. However, they also wanted to see what this incident would eventually evolve into. At the moment, in a famous restaurant, many people from the top forces were drinking. At the same time, they were paying close attention to the progress of the situation. Suddenly, someone said in a sarcastic tone, "The Qin dynasty is really working hard for this. The Qin dynasty is indeed responsible for this incident. If they don't find out the real culprit, they are highly suspicious themselves." From what the second disciple of the cottage said, if they don't find the culprit in 7 days, there will probably be a fight. Even the Qin dynasty is not ready for a real war. Therefore, they could only help in the investigation, someone said, smiling. The person who spoke was from the Futian sword clan. They had been unhappy with the cottage all along. "Does anyone know the progress of the investigation?" someone from the Ji family asked, appearing to be discussing only for fun. "I heard that the Qin dynasty has ordered the Yin family and other major families of Chaoga City to investigate, and spread the order down the chain so that the major and minor forces could all help in the investigation. They are checking everyone's whereabouts on the day of the assassination attempt. I even heard that the Qin dynasty has listed all those who have gone out on that day as suspicious targets to investigate one by one. Now they have probably already filtered out a few," someone said. Everyone's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the Qin dynasty was really using its strong influence over Chaoga City this time. Chaoga City was, after all, Qin dynasty's territory. Before one of the tables, Hishiro and Luo Junlin were sitting together. Some panic flashed across Hishiro's eyes. When she gave Hutong the order that time, she had of course gone out of the inn allocated to the royal Xian temple. Was the Qin dynasty trying to turn Chaoga City upside down? Luo Junlin stared at Hishiro. He had faintly felt threatened. In the inn where the cottage disciples were at, Zhuge Hui obtained a stack of paper, on which there were many names listed. Furthermore, the things they had done on the day of assassination were also clearly indicated. It was sent here by the Qin dynasty. "Little brother, take a look." Zhuge Hui gave the name list to Futian. Futian took it, and then read through the contents carefully. After reading all the information, he took out one piece of paper and stared at one spot. There, a name was written, Hishiro. Hishiro was the daughter of the 5th Lord of the Royal Xian Temple. In the evening on the day of the assassination, she left the inn alone and went somewhere nearby, returning after a short while. Nobody knew where exactly she went and whom she met. Futian clearly remembered Hishiro. She was Luo Junlin's girlfriend. The people in the name list were all from top forces. Hishiro was the only person he had enmity with. She had sufficient reasons and motivations to harm him. That day, everyone saw him defeat Qian Shanmu and Qin Meng, displaying his talents. Luo Junlin and Hishiro should understand that after a few years, he would be able to kill Luo Junlin. Thinking about this, Futian extended his finger and pointed at Hishiro's name. Chapter 282 Arrival of the Fifth Lord. Chapter 282 Arrival of the Fifth Lord Royal Xian Temple, Hishiro. Zhuge Hui looked at where Futian was pointing at and asked, "Little brother, you suspect her?" Futian told Zhuge Hui about some of the things that had happened in the Kangyi kingdom during that time. Then, he said, "Second sister, I can't be sure either. Furthermore, this name list is provided by the Qin dynasty. I can only say that there is quite a high probability that she did this." Zhuge Hui nodded. Obviously, she also knew that if the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty, they would try to lead the cottage towards a wrong direction. "Since you think that she is highly suspicious, that's sufficient. If she really did it, she wouldn't be able to run away." A smile appeared on Zhuge Hui's face. She stood up and said, "Let's go." "Sister, where are we going?" Shui Yi asked. "We'll go and constrain all the people from the royal Xian temple," Zhuge Hui said emotionlessly. Shui Yi felt somewhat speechless. The sister was indeed the sister. No evidence was needed. Since the little brother believed that Hishiro was highly suspicious, they would constrain all the people first, and then investigate. They would investigate each person in the name list one by one. If they were all not guilty, then it had to be the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the disciples of the royal Xian temple were busy doing their own business. Some were cultivating in the inn, while others were outside inquiring news about the assassination. Just like the other top forces, they were curious as to who the culprit was. Would the incident eventually trigger a battle between the top forces? Outside of the inn, two disciples of the royal Xian temple were chatting casually. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked over from afar and went to different spots around the inn, as if they were trying to surround the inn. "What happened?" The disciples of the royal Xian temple were stunned. "They're from the college." Their faces turned pale. Then, they turned around and returned to the inn to report the observation. Soon, the people from the royal Xian temple inside the inn were all shocked by the news. What exactly is happening? Many cultivators from the royal Xian temple ran out of the inn, and they were led by an elder from the temple. He looked at the people in front of him and said, "What are you doing here?" Shui Yi walked forward and asked coldly, "Is Hishiro here?" Immediately, the looks of all the people from the royal Xian temple froze. With such a formation, it was obvious why the college was looking for Hishiro. Everyone knew what the college was investigating in Chaoga City recently. In this instant, the people from the royal Xian temple suddenly recalled the events that had happened in the Kangyi kingdom a year ago. The face of many people instantly darkened. Did Hishiro do this? At the moment, Hishiro and Luo Junlin were together. The inn was a mess, and there were people moving about all the time. Hishiro obviously knew what was happening. Her face turned extremely pale. Was she still exposed in the end? But how was this possible? The assassin was dead and there were no witnesses. Even if the college had some clues, they had no reasons to arrest her. Suddenly, a palm grabbed her hand firmly. Beside her, Luo Junlin said gently, "Shiro, no matter what happens, I will be with you." Hishiro's eyes turned red instantly. She held Luo Junlin's hand tightly and determination flashed across her eyes. Turning her head, she stared at Luo Junlin and said gently, "No. If something happens, I will take all the responsibility. Promise me that you will live." At this point, she was already preparing for the worst. She knew that if the cottage believed firmly that she did this, nobody would be able to keep her life. Even her father, the fifth lord of the royal Xian temple, could not as well. "No." A painful expression appeared on Luo Junlin's face. Hishiro smiled gently at him. Then, she tiptoed and kissed Luo Junlin on his lips, after which she said softly, You are not involved in this in the first place. I don't want anything to happen to you. Promise me, all right? An extremely agonizing look appeared in Luo Junlin's eyes. He hugged Hishiro tightly. Suddenly, they heard a whiz. Hishiro broke free from Luo Junlin's embrace, and her look turned firm again as she stared at the incoming person. Hishiro, the elder wants to meet you, the person said. All right. Hishiro nodded. Then, she let go of Luo Junlin's hand and said gently, Stay here. After she finished speaking, she followed the person and left. After a while, Hishiro came out of the inn. She looked at the people from the college. Did you plan this alone, or was it the intention of the Royal Xian Temple? Shui asked, looking at Hishiro. I don't understand what you are talking about. Hishiro looked at Shui emotionlessly. She would not sit still and wait for death. The Royal Xian Temple was also a top force in the Eastern Barren Territory. Hu Tong was already dead, so even if the college had some clues, they had no solid evidence. How could they be so sure that it was her? You don't want to admit it? Shui said coldly. Does the college think that I plan to assassinate Ji Futian? Hishiro looked at Shui and sneered. Why? It doesn't matter if you admit or not. The college will go to the Royal Xian City and investigate all the places you have been to, and all the people you have met with this year. Do you think that you can run away? Shui continued. You will never be able to find out something that I didn't do. Hishiro's voice sounded confident, as if she was trying to cover her guilty conscience. At the moment, she felt extremely cold. She knew that she might be totally done for. However, she was not resigned to her fate, and still had a last sense of hope. She did not want to give up now. Since this is the case, I hope that the Royal Xian Temple can cooperate for a few days and not leave the inn, Shui said again. The eyes of the elder from the Royal Xian Temple sparkled, and he said coldly, Before everything is investigated clearly, the college has already surrounded the inn. Now you even want to ground us here. Isn't it too much? If we have really confirmed the culprit, do you think we will only ask you to simply stay here? Shui said coldly. This better not be the intention of the Royal Xian Temple. Otherwise, it will involve more than just all of you. The faces of the people from the Royal Xian Temple were all gloomy. He was really too arrogant. The elder of the Royal Xian Temple flicked his sleeves and turned around, walking into the inn. He was extremely angry at the moment, not only at the college but also at Hishiro. Since the college was suspecting Hishiro, it was very likely to be true. If they really find out that Hishiro did this idiotic woman could die and nobody would pity her. After the news spread, Chaoga City was shocked. Was everything actually planned by the Royal Xian Temple? It was said that Luo Junlin, the man whom Hishiro liked, was a genius in the Royal Xian Temple. He cultivated under the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple and was from the 100 Lands, a wild region, just like Futian. There was a deep hatred between the two of them. Therefore, did Hishiro plan this because she was afraid that Futian would threaten Luo Junlin's life after becoming stronger? If this was really the case, she was really a pathetic woman. She tried to assassinate a cottage disciple for a man. When the people from the college surrounded the inn the Royal Xian Temple was staying at, Luo Junlin did not even show up. Women were easily affected by emotions and carried away by love. However, Luo Junlin was not like her. Soon, there was news that the college had sent cultivators to the Royal Xian City at the southern part of the Eastern Barren Territory. They even brought the corpse of the assassin there. If the assassination was really planned by Hishiro, she would certainly not be able to escape the consequences. It seemed that the domineering words left by the second disciple of the cottage outside the Dongqin College that day were indeed effective. Clearly, the Qin dynasty had helped in the investigation. Otherwise, it would definitely not be so efficient. After all, it happened in Chaoga City. All the pressure fell on the people from the Royal Xian Temple. The people from the other forces all looked on the progress of the matter. Over these few days, the people from the Royal Xian Temple were grounded and could not leave the inn. Once again, the people from Chaoga City saw the overbearing attitude of the college and the cottage. Obviously, if the assassination was the intention of the Royal Xian Temple, all the cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple in Chaoga City would probably be killed. A few days later, in the inn where the Royal Xian Temple was at, a group of mighty cultivators arrived in the air. When they arrived, they glanced coldly at the crowd surrounding the inn. The eyes of their leader were filled with coldness as he said emotionlessly, "You surrounded the people of my Royal Xian Temple before even investigating the matter clearly. Very well." As he finished speaking, he stepped into the inn directly. Many people flashed forward and bowed to salute. "Greetings, Fifth Lord." The Fifth Lord of the Royal Xian Temple, Hiulu, had arrived. His daughter, Hishiro, also appeared in front of him. "Follow me." Hiulu stopped and brought Hishiro away. They came to the courtyard where Hishiro was staying at. With his back facing Hishiro, Hiulu asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" "Dad?" Hishiro raised her head and looked at her father. "A few months ago, something happened in the Royal Xian City. An arcana plane cultivator offended a powerful family, and his entire family was threatened. You helped him to solve the issue, right?" Hiulu turned around and looked at Hishiro. Hishiro's face turned completely pale. "Since I could find out about this, do you think that the college cannot?" Some pain could be seen in Hiulu's cold eyes. She was his daughter, his biological daughter. However, now she had made a fatal mistake. "Dad?" Hishiro's eyes turned totally red. She knew that she could hide it no more. Hiulu looked at his daughter, and his heart also softened. He sighed. "I have already settled Hutong's family. But it is very difficult to conceal the truth from the college. Shiro, why did you do this? Did he encourage you?" Hishiro trembled. She obviously knew whom his father was referring to. "Dad, I decided this myself. He did not know about it beforehand," Hishiro said, her eyes becoming red. "At this point, I will take all the responsibilities. Dad, I am unfilial. If something happens and I cannot serve you in the future, please forgive me." Seeing Hishiro's tears flowing out, Hiulu felt somewhat sorrowful. In his heart, he hated the college and the cottage. If he was strong enough, the college and the cottage would not be able to bully them to this extent. If he was strong enough, the cottage would not be able to do anything to his daughter since Futian was still alive. However, precisely because he was not strong enough, he knew well that once the cottage found out everything, they would definitely not let his daughter off. "Dad, I don't really have any wishes. I only hope that if something happens to me, you can protect him," Hishiro begged her father. She knew that after everything was exposed, Futian would surely not let Luo Junlin off, even though she was the one who planned the assassination. "You are still thinking for him," Hiulu said angrily. "If it were not for him, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I regret taking him as my disciple that time. Dad, I really beg you. This is my last wish." Hishiro's face was wet with tears. Hiulu's heart twitched, and he clenched his fists. It was hard to keep a grown girl at home. Since the situation had already progressed to this extent, what else could he say? Could he blame Hishiro? Chapter 283, Shiro's Death. Chapter 283, Shiro's Death. A group walked in the air above the inn that the college stayed at, then descended. Those who went to investigate the Royal Xian City had come back too. They brought the results with them. In the Royal Xian City, Shiro had come in contact with someone named Hutong. According to someone who knew him, Hutong was in the upper arcana plane with earth elemental power. Shiro had helped Hutong's family before. Then Hutong disappeared. People from the college quickly went to find Hutong's family but found that they disappeared a few days before they went to Royal Xian City. As the controller of the city, the Royal Xian Temple could definitely make someone disappear without a trace. When the news was brought back, everything became clear. However, the person was dead and the family had disappeared. There was no proof. Over by the cottage group, Zhugehui and the others sat together. Hearing this, Zhugehui smirked. "No proof? Junior, let's go," she said to Futian with a smile. It was already so clear. Was there still a need for proof? it was up to judicial discretion. Whether the evidence was destroyed or not, it was unimportant. Okay. After hearing the news, Futian understood as well. Shiro was definitely the culprit. That day, this woman had gone to Kangi to pressure his friends and family for Luo Junlin, threatening Kangi and taking away his relatives. Now, she killed someone for Luo Junlin. She was unforgivable. Back then, he hadn't entered the cottage yet, and had just returned to Kangi to wait for everyone's invitations. He didn't have the ability to touch the princess of the royal Xian temple. Now, the college and cottage would stand up for him. His second senior sister would personally go help him. He wasn't solving it himself, but this feeling was still heartwarming. The group strode towards where the royal Xian temple group was. People gathered wherever they went, creating a terrible flood that followed the college. This matter had caused a great commotion in Chaoga City these few days. The inn where the college stayed was always surrounded by people waiting to hear the results. Now, the college's investigator had returned and they walked out. The people knew that the matter was about to be resolved. The powerful cultivators gathered at the royal Xian temple's inn. There were many people waiting there too, including people from the top forces. They all wanted to see the ending. An invisible pressure enveloped the inn. The strong cultivators of the royal Xian temple walked out and watched the college approach with cold expressions. The crowd cleared out a path. Hiulu, the fifth lord of the royal Xian temple, walked out, looking at the college. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked, expression cold and indifferent. Zhuge Hui gazed at him and smiled. "I'm sure the royal Xian temple is already clear on who orchestrated this. There's no need for me to explain who Hu Tong is. You hid his family to destroy everything, and I can ignore that. However, if anyone dares to stop me from taking the person, I will assume that this is not only Shiro's actions. Instead, it is the wish of the royal Xian temple in Chaoga City." Zhuge Hui's voice grew cold as she spoke. "If that is the case, none of you will be able to leave." She didn't want to debate with the royal Xian temple. The cottage had their own rules, family would be untouched. As of now, Shiro seemed to be the only one responsible, rather than the royal Xian temple. Then Shiro must take responsibility for it. However, if the royal Xian temple wanted to protect her, it would show that they approved of Shiro assassinating Yi Futian. In that case, they were also responsible. When Du Donglu had gone down the mountain, he had only wanted to punish the culprit. However, the top forces tried to protect the man, leading to the disaster. Thinking of this, the people of the royal Xian temple grew uncomfortable. They were embarrassed by Zhuge Hui's threat and also furious for being involved because of Shiro's stupid actions. If not for the stupid woman, would this be happening? Now that the fifth lord was here. Was he planning on protecting his daughter? If so, they believed the second disciple of the cottage would really do what she said. It wasn't as if the cottage had never done that before. Even the strong cultivators gazed at Hiulu. Was he still not willing to turn his back on his family? Was he going to make everyone pay for Hishiro's stupidity? Everyone around them was shaken. They looked at the fairy-like woman. The second disciple of the cottage was so powerful. If anyone stopped her, no one from the royal Xian temple would be allowed to leave. She didn't even care if the fifth lord was before her. Hiulu did not know what to do and didn't reply. He knew his daughter had made a grave mistake. She could be as stubborn as she wished, but she definitely should not try to assassinate a cottage disciple. But she was still his daughter. One could imagine how it must feel to give his own daughter up. Right now, he was full of fury and hatred towards the cottage. Just then, the royal Xian temple voluntarily moved aside. Two more figures walked over. At that moment, countless gazes fell on the one in front. It was Hishiro. Right now, she looked frail. However, her eyes were still cool and indignant as she looked coldly at the cottage. These people were here to force her to die. "I sent the man," Shiro said, halting. She admitted it. With how things were, would the cottage give up if she denied it? Of course not. Shiro stared coldly at Zhuge Hui. So she's the second disciple of the cottage. She was so domineering in how she bullied Shiro. Months ago, I saved Hutong's family, making him owe his life to me. I already started having these thoughts. Later, Hutong followed me and worked for me until he failed the assassination. Shiro recounted calmly. I am the only one responsible for everything. What did I do to you? Futian asked. Had she been planning his death since months ago? Just how much did she want to kill him? Because you're so talented. I'm sure that I'm not the only one. Many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory want you, and even the cottage dead. They just didn't do anything. Shiro suddenly laughed. Everyone knew that she was speaking the truth. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Futian sword clan all wanted the cottage wiped from existence. The cottage disciples were too talented and skilled. Their only crime was that they were too successful. To many people, the talents of the cottage disciples were a sin. Of course, Futian's talent wasn't Shiro's only reason. More importantly, his talent threatened Luo Junlin. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I confess. Shiro spoke again. She was prepared to die. Shut your mouth, Hiyulu ordered coldly. He looked at Zhuge. My daughter made a mistake because I failed in teaching her. Thankfully, nothing came out of it. Futian is still alive and well. I am willing to apologize and give whatever you request. Here, Hiyulu was still trying to save his daughter's life. Nothing came out of it? Zhuge smiled sarcastically. The effect of an assassination attempt wasn't only the assassination. If she let it go just because Futian didn't die or only wanted compensation, wouldn't the other forces try it too? Do it yourself? Zhuge asked Shiro, ignoring Hiyulu. Shiro lowered her head, fists clenching weakly. Though she was ready, she still didn't want to die. Is that how overbearing the cottage is? Hiyulu asked coldly. Futian is alive, but you won't end this until she dies? Yes. Zhuge only gave Hiyulu one word. Since you say I'm overbearing, then so be it. Crack. Hiyulu clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. A wild aura spread from his body. Zhuge looked at him. Her white dress fluttered, but not a bit of her aura flowed out. However, the calmer she was, the more scared the others became. If Hiyulu really dared to fight back, what would be the consequence? The people of the college walked forward. The assassination had failed and now they called them overbearing? What a joke. The people of the Royal Xian Temple looked at Hiyulu nervously. If he really fought back, what would happen to them? Father! Shiro called. Hiyulu looked to his daughter and saw her shake her head. I did it, so I will bear it alone. Her eyes were red. She looked back at Luo Junlin, longing filling her eyes. Luo Junlin gazed at her with the same gentle and unwilling eyes. Father, I'm sorry. As soon as she finished, spiritual chi went wild around her and formed sharp daggers before her body. Then she closed her eyes. Shiro! Hiyulu's expression twisted in pain. He reached out to stop her. Father, don't forget what you promised me. When she spoke, she used her mind to guide the blades to her heart and relaxed her guard. There was a soft sound and the blades pierced her, staining her clothing red. Shiro's body went limp and collapsed. Hiyulu caught her. Shiro opened her eyes and looked at her father. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her body struggled in pain. She didn't want to die, but she had to. Finally, she closed her eyes and her aura disappeared. Hiyulu scanned the people before him with red eyes. The cottage forced my daughter to die. I, Hiyulu, will remember this, he said in a frigid tone. The cottage didn't force your daughter to die. It's your disciple and daughter's evil stupidity that killed her, Futian said coldly. The scene was very tragic and made people want to pity them. However, did they need pity? She had caused it, and then turned to lash out at the cottage, making the cottage seem like they were bullies? Futian couldn't allow it. However, this wasn't over. Chapter 284, Location, Nandan Nation. Chapter 284, Location, Nandan Nation. Hiyulu raised his head and stared coldly at Futian. His daughter had died, but Futian still spoke so condescendingly. Don't look at me like that. Futian stared coldly back at him. I know you want to kill me. If I wasn't from the cottage, I'd be dead long ago. I wouldn't even be standing before you. 1 year ago, your daughter Hishiro brought Luo Junlin and people from the royal Xian temple to the Kangi kingdom. She threatened the kingdom to hand over my family. At that time, I didn't even know your daughter. Yi Futian stared at Hiulu and said coldly, if I hadn't made a name for myself in the ancient barren world at that time, if strong cultivators from the Lu kingdom hadn't gone with me, what would the result be? My family would die horribly because of your daughter's name. I would also die quietly because, in your daughter's eyes, I'm nothing. Where were you, the father? Yi Futian's voice was frigid. Pitiful? There was nothing pitiful about Shiro. Should people pity her just because she was dead? Since when did Shiro care about anyone else's lives? Seeing Hiyulu's cold eyes, Yi Futian continued. Perhaps you wouldn't care even if you knew. Someone so important like you won't care about the fates of those in the weak 100 lands. Their lives can't be compared to your daughter's life. At that time, have you ever thought of the term, bullying others with your power? No. For important people like you, it's natural to mistreat others. If the royal Xian temple can fight against the cottage, you won't even apologize. You will only think of bullying others with your power when you're powerless as you are now. Isn't that laughable? Hiyulu's expression was heavy. He couldn't refute it. Everyone else was very quiet as they listened to Yi Futian's interrogation. It was straightforward and realistic. This was the cultivation world. If Yi Futian wasn't from the cottage, he wouldn't be alive right now. The fifth lord of the royal Xian temple wouldn't even know of his existence. Do you feel any guilt about Hu Tong's death? I heard that his entire family disappeared. You're the clearest about what you've done, Yi Futian said, sneering. You don't care about other people's lives, so what is pitiful about your daughter's death? It's karma. Even without this assassination attempt, Yi Futian would still have killed Shiro in the future. There was no reason except for what had happened in the Kangi kingdom back then. It was unforgivable. Junior, there's no need to say that to him. He won't understand, Zhugehui said. Their teacher had said that logic prevailed in this world. Hishiro had committed this crime, so she must bear responsibility for it. They wouldn't involve her relatives or family. It wasn't that they couldn't fight against the royal Xian temple. The assassin warranted a cleansing, but they didn't do it. Their teacher had told them that if they had weapons, the murderous aura would be created naturally. In the world of cultivation, it would be more dangerous for a stronger cultivator to go astray. If they didn't have principles, they would act as they wish and kill people like cutting grass. It would be a great sin. Virtue wasn't only one's plane of cultivation. Zhuge Hui knew that Hiyulu would hate the cottage, and may even hurt them in the future, but they still held to their principle. She couldn't reach their teacher's plane, but the cottage acted without feeling guilty. Senior sister, the cottage can't be tainted by him. Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Hui. The cottage didn't need to give explanations, but he couldn't allow the cottage to be defamed. Right now, he viewed the cottage as his family. Zhuge Hui looked into Yi Futian's clear eyes and smiled brightly. Her junior brother was mischievous and great at flirting, but was very pure. Their teacher would definitely like him. She didn't say anything else. Yi Futian was clear about things, so he could take care of it. She stood behind him. The cottage would also stand behind him. Any disciple of the cottage could represent them all. Yi Futian continued looking at the royal Xian temple. No one is stupid here, he said. Shiro deserved to die, but it's sad because she fell for someone unreliable. All her evils were done for that person. Even now, he's still standing in the back, watching everything. Luo Junlin, don't you feel ashamed? As soon as he spoke, many people looked to Luo Junlin, including people from the royal Xian temple and Hiyulu. Luo Junlin's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian. Of course I feel ashamed. Because I'm powerless to take revenge for Shiro, he said coldly. Yi Futian scoffed. You're still pretending? If you truly love Shiro, why would you, a man, tell her about your hatred and what happened in the 100 lands? Why would you use her to borrow the royal Xian temple's power against me and Kangi? Yi Futian laughed coldly. If you didn't think of the consequences before, wouldn't you still know about Hutong and this assassination with your relationship with Shiro after I entered the cottage? Wouldn't you know the consequences then? Even if you didn't participate, and this was Shiro's own idea, had you ever done anything to stop her? You stood in the back, watching everything, letting her kill me and take all the blame. Even now you're standing in the back to protect yourself. Do you take the Royal Xian Temple or me as idiots? Yi Futian stared coldly at Luo Junlin. Shiro was dead and that was over. But how did everything start? It was because of the one behind her, Luo Junlin. The man's eyes were frigid. Yi Futian's words all implied that Yi Futian wanted him dead. Now, his teacher looked over. His gaze was cold. Teacher, I tried to stop Shiro, Luo Junlin said, voice pained as he clenched his fists. Really? Yi Futian laughed. Then why was Shiro the one who stood out instead of you? Everything she did was for you. Don't you think that it's more suitable for you to confess? If you gave yourself up, wouldn't my anger and the cottage's anger be extinguished? Wouldn't Shiro still be alive? Shut up. Luo Junlin's features turned menacing. You forced Shiro to kill herself and are now putting all the blame on me. Are you angry from the shame? Yi Futian sneered. Everyone can decide by themselves who is right or wrong. Luo Junlin, I always thought that our rivalries would be solved by ourselves, however, you keep pushing my bottom line. In that case, I won't play with you anymore. Luo Junlin had tried using the Royal Xian Temple and Shiro to kill him. All these tricks and the assassination had threatened his life. In that case, it should end now. Since you love Shiro, you must want to avenge her. Now I will give you the chance, Yi Futian said. We will fight. Neither the cottage nor the Royal Xian Temple will interfere. Only one man may live. With that, he looked away from Luo Junlin to Hiulu. Your disciple can avenge your daughter's death now. I'm sure the Royal Xian Temple won't refuse. As he said that, he knew that Luo Junlin couldn't refuse. Even if the cottage didn't pressure him, Hiulu definitely would. As expected, Hiulu looked over as soon as he finished. It was an arcana against the Dharma. Luo Junlin had entered the arcana plane last year while Yi Futian was still a level. How could he let go of the chance for revenge? Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. A fight to the death? He was so arrogant. Yi Futian was strong. Luo Junlin had witnessed his performance at the Dongqing College's battle platform. But did he really look down upon Luo Junlin? Right here, right now? Hiulu asked. 1 month later at the Nanda Nation of the 100 Lands. Yi Futian looked at Luo Junlin. Back then, you wanted me to be your servant. Your father's one decree forced me into despair. How about we end it all today? If you lose this battle, you won't be the only one dying. Hearing his words, Luo Junlin's expression turned cold. He obviously understood what Yi Futian meant. The location was the Nanda Nation. If he won, Yi Futian would be dead and the rivalry would be over. If he lost, not only he would die, but the Nanda Nation would also be destroyed. Yi Futian wanted to use this to destroy Nandu. He clearly didn't want to wait anymore. He didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. Chapter 285, Behind the Assassination. Chapter 285, Behind the Assassination. Yi Futian indeed didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. He wanted to solve it by himself, but Luo Junlin didn't think like that. If he used tricks, then I'll do it unashamedly. It began in Nandu and it will end in Nandu. Before, the Luo family had oppressed him. They thought they were kings and could be high up in the kingdom. Then Yi Futian would now return it to them. Okay, Luo Junlin said with a dark face. He accepted the challenge. He was clear that he had to accept. Yi Futian's every word went straight to his heart. Both the cottage and his teacher would force him to accept. Furthermore, he wasn't untalented. Since Yi Futian was so confident, he would let him have his way. 1 month later, they would fight in Nanda Nation. He knew that he couldn't escape from this. Instead of waiting for Yi Futian to mature, he should end it when he still had the advantage of a higher plane. With the cottage's reputation in the Eastern Barren Territory, they wouldn't interfere no matter what the result was since Yi Futian had made this request. This was a great chance for Luo Junlin. Senior sister, let's go back. Yi Futian looked back and said to Zhuge Hui. After spending a year in the cottage, he was familiar with their customs. Not involving relatives was one of their principles. Only the perpetrator would be punished. But if they were protected, it was a different matter. He'd heard that third senior brother once killed an entire group because someone killed a man but was protected. A group like that allowed people to kill recklessly. Thus, Gudonglu had taken the role of God. All right. Zhuge Hui nodded and smiled. She looked to Hiulu. If he doesn't appear at the Nanda Nation 1 month later, I will come to find you. With that, the people of the cottage and college turned to leave. Everyone looked at the receding backs of those people, many thoughts in their head. This was the cottage and their way of doing things. If someone tried to assassinate their disciple, they would dig the perpetrator up no matter what. Now Hishiro, the organizer of the assassination, was dead. The one behind her, Luo Junlin, would soon have a fight to the death with Yi Futian. Everything seemed to be over for now. The depression shrouding Chaoga City seemed to lighten up as well. However, the royal Xian temple was even more depressed. Soon after, the people of the Qin dynasty arrived. Qin Li apologized to Hiulu on behalf of the Qin dynasty. They had helped the cottage search for clues and couldn't keep it from the royal Xian temple. However, it was meaningful that they'd come to apologize. As for what they talked about, no one would know. Soon after, the royal Xian temple left Chaoga City. Only one disciple was left behind, Xia Luo, the direct disciple of the First Lord. After that, the Qin dynasty announced that the battles would start again. At the inn, the college and cottage prepared to leave Chaoga. Lu Feiyang, Yi Wuchen, and the others were all waiting with Yi Futian. At a pavilion, Yi Futian tapped against the stone table. He gazed at Lu Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, where did you get the news that Chu Yaoyao and Jieyu have issues? Hearing this, Lu Feiyang's eyes flashed. He studied Yi Futian. There seemed to be an implied meaning, but he knew Yi Futian wasn't suspecting him. At a restaurant. Some people were discussing it, Lu Feiyang said. After that, Wuchen and I went to find you. Yi Wuchen was silent. He continued drumming the table. Did you think of something? Lu Qinyu asked. It's coincidental, Yi Futian murmured. How can the Moon clan's private matters be spread and that you two just happened to hear them discussing it? Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu exchanged glances, feeling shaken. Do you suspect someone else behind this? Lu Qinyu asked. It's definitely Hishiro, Yi Futian said. From the beginning to the end, everything pointed at Shiro, and she paid for it with her life. Other than Luo Junlin, no one deserved to be protected with her life. Thus it must be Shiro. She had kept Hutong beside her since long before with murder in mind. Despite this, Yi Futian still felt something was wrong. It was too coincidental. Lu Feiyang happened to get the news, and when Yi Futian left the inn, the attempt happened. If he didn't go out, the assassination would be much more difficult. Shiro definitely planned it, but did someone help her? If that was the case, then something else didn't make sense. Only the people close to Shiro would have known about this. The Royal Xian Temple wouldn't participate because they had no motive to kill him. Hopefully I'm just overthinking, Yi Futian said quietly. He didn't think too deeply. He knew that even if there really was someone behind the curtains, he wouldn't find any evidence. Hutong and Hishiro were all dead. How would he investigate? Yi Futian suddenly smiled and looked up. Wuchen, will you visit Kangi in 1 month? I'll try to go back. Yi Wuchen nodded. The forces of the Eastern Barren Territory would be interested in Yi Futian and Luo Junlin's battle. He could go back to visit his family too. I'm sure, Lord, you would want to meet Qinyu, Yi Futian teased. Lu Qinyu rolled her eyes. We're leaving. Come to the Lu Kingdom when you have time, Lu Feiyang said to Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Yes, I'll definitely go when Wuchen proposes, Yi Futian said, grinning. Yi Wuchen was speechless and left soon after. The college and cottage gradually left. They soared into the air, no longer wishing to take part in the Dongqing College's battles. Qin Li and Xia Luo came to a courtyard in the Dongqing College of Chaoga City. A figure stood quietly before them, smiling at Xia Luo. It was Qin Yu. Xia Luo walked over and bowed. Qin Luo greets uncle. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Qin Luo, you've worked hard all these years. It's worth it if I can help revive the Qin dynasty. Qin Luo shook his head. His true surname was Qin. He was from the Qin dynasty. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Though you're a prince, you were sent out as a child. If the Qin dynasty can recover its glory, your efforts will not go to waste. Thank you, uncle. Qin Luo bowed. Since Hiyulu left someone behind for talks, it's clear he hates the cottage. Go back and plan well. You must succeed, Qin Yu said. His daughter died. How can Hiyulu not have hatred? He should be angrier that he's powerless. His daughter died before his eyes, but he couldn't protect her. This powerlessness will definitely transform into hatred for the cottage. I'm sure he won't refuse if there's any way to fight against the cottage. My teacher is a bit troublesome, but I will try my best. Qin Luo nodded as he spoke. He'd been behind this assassination all this time. Ever since he found out that Shiro and Luo Junlin hated Yi Futian, he started paying attention to Shiro. That was why that conversation had happened, leading Shiro to act. Of course, Shiro and Luo Junlin couldn't have guessed anything from that. It had just been a casual conversation. As for clues, the Qin dynasty didn't have to look for long. They knew who it was already. However, everything went according to plan. They only had to act as the guide. Everything else was up to the cottage themselves. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. That day, the second disciple of the cottage had arrived and destroyed the Dongqing College's gate. He had embarrassed the Qin dynasty, but they still cooperated with the cottage. Did they really think the Qin dynasty was easy to bully? Qin Li, you should quicken things with Chu Yao Yao, Qin Yu said. Yes, father. Qin Li nodded. Now that Chu Yao Yao was willing to date him, he was sure he could succeed soon. Of course, he knew that Chu Yao Yao was very smart and wouldn't be like Shiro. Chu Yao Yao had higher standards too. She wouldn't be satisfied with just being the wife of a crown prince. She knew that relying on men was not permanent, and that Qin Li had ulterior motives. But what did it matter if they had the same goal? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.